We come to this place for magic. We come to Duck Sanford Stadium to laugh, to cry, to care, because we need that, all of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the sun begins to set and we go somewhere we've never been before. Not just entertained, but somehow reborn. Together. Amazing plays on a crisp green field. Cheers that I can feel. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Our team feels like the best part of us, and plays feel perfect and powerful, because here they are. Duck Sanford Stadium. We make football better.
Back, hands it off to Omar Madsen.
A good hole there.
He finds it.
Oh, dang. Oh, he's finding
it. He is free.
Dang. Big run for
Snap a cool. He fires over the middle. He finds a receiver.
Wide open, and he's still going. First down for the Tigers. Tigers are already coming out. Coach Johnson, the wide receivers coach, and he said this is probably the fastest wide receiving core we've ever had in Auburn football history.
Madsen found the gap. The shotgun steps back.
Oh, a lot of pressure there.
And he finds a man. Peyton Clark makes a man miss, and down to the 18-yard line.
Really thought he
5 yards.
Right around.
For the Tigers.
Really just like the yard line.
second down that we've had so far.
That's what it felt like. Madsen handoff, and he
with
walked
a
into the end
touchdown.
zone.
The Tigers are on the board early already, and
they're going forward. Looks like a screen pass right at the gate.
First, but then you found that running back inside there. Good tackle there. Last week they said that this is the chance to win the state, and then there it is right there. A big fumble! The Tigers pick it up, and the Tigers are gonna score! Wow! Let's go! Touchdown! Yeah, I mean, if you got a small team like this, you really run out of energy fast.
Running out of time, and he hits the deck.
Sacked. For the kicker, I guess.
No back in the backfield with Polanco. High snap once again. He unloads. He's got
an open man and overthrew him.
He had him
like behind the O-line a little bit, but they're going to go in motion.
It's going to be a screen. Looks like Antonio Welch
Welch cutting back.
Misdirection, and he's going to find a first down.
Kilgore with the block here. Oh, fumble. But the Tigers recover.
Wow.
It's amazing to see around the region, you know.
Kilgore drops
a lot
back.
of games.
He unloads to Welch. He's going to get the edge and get a first down on the 15.
Right there, Antonio Welch. You know.
It looked like. Off of Mapson.
Finds a hole again. Mapson might score here. Mapson down at about the 2-yard line. Tigers in.
Kilgore under center. Motion to Ward. He's going to hand off to Omar Mapson right at the cut.
And Mapson scores. Mapson is in for the touchdown. 20 or Florida, something like that. You think of like, you know, the IMGs, the Central Floridas, and also like some of these good academy schools.
Wow. Ripped down. I love it. Back to his right. He rolls right. He's gonna hit the deck.
Sacked.
Mapson in the backfield. 2 wide receivers at the bottom of your screen and 1 at the top.
Mapson finds a hole there. Mapson with the stiff arm. Mapson just still going. Mapson almost to the end zone.
Oh my goodness, he is a Kilgore under center. He's gonna hand off to Omar right up the middle. That's a touchdown.
Let's go, man. Big touchdown there for the Tigers and already up 27
on it so far. There's Polanco.
Another high snap. Absolutely just
can't go in long here. Play action. He's gonna
throw deep
to the end zone, and that is gonna be swatted down
by Michael. No, it's 2nd and 15. It was just looked like it was wow. Oh, dang, absolute stuff there. And was that card? So you really had no choice, but if they miss it, they gotta go for 4th. And Polanco taking under pressure.
Gets swarmed by the D line. That's Caleb Pitts with some help.
They find an open man here and possibly, you know, get a touchdown.
Polanco drops back. He looks over the middle. He finds a man.
And you gotta get your reps in here. Try to, you know.
Kilgore drops back. He fires and finds a man. What a grab by
Antonio Welch.
4:33. Kilgore drops back.
Kilgore gonna find a man.
He finds Birchfield for the first down.
First time we've heard Birchfield's name on this O-line. So
Kilgore gonna drop back.
Kilgore
gonna
unloads. What a catch by Welch!
Antonio Welch.
That was a great catch there by Welch. And now
Charlie Ward off to the races. He's gonna find
touchdown. The Tigers score. Charlie Ward. Just haven't seen a lot of action from him tonight. Kilgore back to throw. Kilgore's gonna step up in the pocket, run it with himself. Kilgore's gonna take it.
First down and a little bit more.
Dang.
There's another example of Kilgore using his legs to make some plays. He's done a
He's scored big here, actually.
Motion master, he drops back. He finds Omar Mapson with 15, makes him miss.
Omar Mapson looking for Omar Mapson.
Kilgore and Mapson in the backfield on form.
I was gonna say if you said what again, I was gonna say like
Omar finds a gap
and he's in for the touchdown.
He's in once more. And he is fired up.
Omar Mapson. 2nd down and 8.
And now Walter's in.
He's gonna drop back. On his screen. And he's got room.
He's got a lot of room.
Out of the 20, the 15 as he goes out of bounds, right in front of the students.
Number 16.
Crawford gonna hand it off to Eccles, and he's gonna find the end zone.
Eccles there with a score. And with a high kick there. That's a really high kick. Oh, and he muffed it. And it looks like Auburn did not get it. It could not quite get it there. North Miami was able to get it, but
who has it?
38 thinks Auburn.
Yeah, the Rebels, you know, play a faster style of offense. Didn't really work against Harvard.
The snap was dropped, and Tate just fell on the. Kilgore's gonna drop back. He finds a man plot over the middle of the field. He's gonna make a man miss to the 20. He's also racing to the 40, to the 45. He's to the 50, the 40, and the 35. Still dodging man, and down he goes.
Quarter, so the Tigers already out big, or they're getting big yards early.
Another handoff to Mapson. Actually, a keeper from Kilgore to the 20 to 15. He's going to be pushed out of bounds right at the 6-yard line.
O-line was really good at blocking.
No doubt. Kilgore going to Give it to Omar again. He might be stopped. Second effort. He's in the end zone.
Yeah, big touchdown by the Tigers right there. Tigers up 6-0 early in this one.
Taking the shotgun, man in motion. He's going to hand it off to Purdy. And he is met.
Yeah, he
by
went nowhere
Greg
there.
Williams.
There again.
Going to confuse the Rebels defense. It's going to be a pitch. Kilgore's going to take it himself. He rumbles for almost a first down. Looks like a 9-yard carry.
Yeah, we saw.
Very effective on the ground. So he's going to hand it off to Mapson. He's going to be patient and finds a hole for the first down.
Yeah, big run there.
Kilgore going to give it a Peyton Plot on the jet sweep. He's going to get to the 35 as he made a few men miss on the way.
Look like Welch and Askew there in motion.
Kilgore's going to drop back. He's got all the time in the world. He fires and he finds Antonio Welch, who gets met by Vestavia Hills.
It'll be 14-0 for the Tigers late in this first quarter.
Kilgore under center, man in motion. Gonna pitch it off to Mapson. He finds a hole to the 5. He's gonna rumble into the end zone. Touchdown Auburn.
Big run there from Mapson. Tigers.
Looks like Rebels will be able to return this one. Out of the 30 to the 40. He's got room. To the 50. It's a foot race. Looks like Rebels are gonna win this one. Touchdown Vestavia.
Big opening touch.
Snap is underway. Kick is up and it's got the legs. It's gonna be good. Tigers up 7-8 by himself in the backfield. He's gonna drop back. Finds his man over the middle. But he's gonna be intercepted! That's Isaac Binford down at the 8-yard line. Tip from a Vestavia.
Able to just absolutely stuff the Auburn guys at the line. So very good job from this defense.
Kilgore gonna drop back. He unloads to the sideline. Finds Askew. He's still on his feet to the 25. The 30 and out of bounds. Or no doubt. Kilgore gonna drop back.
Can't find
He
him.
feels pressure. He's going to roll out left, and he finds Joshua Askew for the first down and a little bit more down to the 40. He thought he stayed up, but I ward down to the very bottom of your screen. Two other receivers at the top. Omar Mapson in motion. Kilgore going to drop back. It's going to be a screen to Peyton Plot to the 35, and he's wrapped down by a
no, he's
defender.
still going.
He's still up. And down to the 23-yard line.
Yeah, Jackson Kilgore, has been all over the place tonight. He's been throwing the ball, running the ball, so looking very good tonight.
Kilgore going to fire over the middle. Finds Cash Reeve.
17-7, a closer game.
Kilgore going to drop back on this 3rd and long. He unloads to the end zone. He's got a man! Touchdown! Antonio Welch makes up for the flag.
Good.
What a throw! Tigers are just about 2 minutes to go in this half. Kilgore going to drop back. He's feeling some pressure. He's going to step up and unload downfield. He's got a man.
Oh,
and
that's going to be
pass
obvious
interference.
PI right there, yeah. Little play sequence there. Kind of looked like they were just trying to make sure Auburn doesn't have any time to get the ball back, so.
He's going to keep it himself, and he is dropped.
We did see Kilgore a few times, actually, in the first half, air it out a few times, so he was able to find some open guys downfield.
Mapson going to get carry early in this second half, trying to gain back some of that momentum that they lost late in the first. Mapson going to get it again, and he hits a hole.
Welcome to AHS Countdown. I'm your host, Reese Kinder. Today, joined by my co-hosts, Cherish Jackson and James Tippins. How you guys doing tonight?
I'm doing good tonight, Reese. Looking forward to the game.
Yeah, Reese, really excited to see Auburn Tigers take on the Enterprise Wildcats tonight.
Yeah, 2 in-region opponents playing each other. But first off, let's get into Auburn's last game against Opelika, the 100th game of that rivalry. Auburn took the win 17-10 with Casey Myers throwing for 245 passing yards, even caught a touchdown pass last week. Auburn picked up tons of momentum with that win against Opelika last week. And yeah, I mean, I look forward to seeing Auburn possibly take a win here against Enterprise tonight. And time for a quick break now, as you guys will hear an ESPN 106.7 interview from your very own Keith Etheridge. But don't go away, because when we come back, James Tippins has the offensive breakdown.
We welcome in our guy, head coach Keith Etheridge of Auburn High School football is on the phone lines with us now. Coach, it's great to hear from you. Great to have you on the show once again. And look, I know last week, we talked about it earlier. Last week was tough for you and your family, but everything went well. Yeah. Prayers and thoughts to you and your sweet mom, and glad that everything went well, and you got a win to cap it all off.
Yeah, it could have been a devastating week for our family last week, but God is good, and man, it ended up being a great week. My mom came through her surgery well, and she's recovering right now in Birmingham. So, that's an answered prayer, and our kids did a great job. Thursday night, finding a way to win.
Well, you did just that, going to Bulldog Stadium against Opelika in the 100th all-time meeting, and you walk away victorious again. Coach, I don't know if everybody knows it. We told them on the broadcast, but you've never lost to Opelika. Auburn hasn't lost.
To the 45, he goes down. Took a few mistakes for the Tigers. 2-minute motion. Kilgore going to keep it himself. Past midfield to the 45 to the 40.
In a while, but you've never lost to the Dogs. You just got a little something extra for them every year.
Well, I've been blessed, man. It always comes down to one or two plays. I mean, it always does. It's always a great football game. Got a lot of respect for Opelika. We've been fortunate to be on the winning side. The 5 years I've been here, and they've got they have a great program. Coaches came in and done a good job over there. Coach Moore has. So, we got a lot of respect for them, and we just, it's one of them rivalries that, it always comes down to one or two plays.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's exactly right. It was a year ago with a late score for Auburn High, and then an interception by Alex Gamston. This year was a late score by Auburn High, and then a fumble recovery for your defense as Opelika was driving down the field. I mean, what is it about this rivalry in this game, Auburn and Opelika, now that you've played it yet again the 5th time? What is it that just makes it so darn hard to win this game?
I think it's just, we're so close. We're sister cities, we all of our kids know each other. They played little league against or with each other, and it just makes it that much bigger of a game. The atmosphere at the game's always intense. It's always a packed house. Usually it's sold out by Wednesday. So, it just everything makes it a huge game.
Well, 17-10 was the final score. Auburn beating Opelika, moving 2-1 on the season, but also starting region play 1-0. Not that the Auburn-Opelika rivalry needed any more juice to it, Coach, but now that it is a region game, you start the year 1-0, and we know what that means in terms of making the playoffs. But what impressed you the most about your team last week, coming off the loss against Vestavia and turning around and beating Opelika?
I'd have to say our defense played great. Defensively, we came out and played unbelievable the first half. I think that Kaysen had a really good game. Cross stepped in. He threw the pass on the fake punt.
Right.
All of our receivers played well. I think that we're getting there. We're still a work in progress, and I told everybody it would take, some games under our belt before we started clicking offensively. And I think right now we're moving the ball really well. We've just got to score in the red zone.
We got to score in the red zone, and you and I were talking a little bit too. Even just cutting down on a few penalties here and there, I think will really help your squad continue to move the ball up and down the field and punch it into the end zone a few more times. But, man, nothing wrong with a 17-10 win on the road against Opelika where a lot of things were going against you. But now you start 1-0. Your road trips are done for a while, Coach. We're back home at Duck Sanford Stadium for an entire month, and I know you and the guys are excited for that.
Yeah, it's great to be back home. Love playing at the Duck. The atmosphere there is great for high school football. We got you got the unit there, our student section who does an unbelievable job. Our band's great. Our cheerleaders are awesome. It encompasses the entire Auburn High School and the entire city of Auburn on Friday night because that place gets packed, and it's hard to come into Auburn High School and win.
It is, and there's no doubt about it, as again, Auburn goes on the road last week to beat Opelika, now home against Enterprise this weekend, and 4 straight Fridays for home games for Auburn High School. Enterprise, Jag, Moody, and then Central before the next road trip for the Auburn High Tigers. We're talking with head coach Keith Etheridge of Auburn High School football here on ESPN 106.7, and now that you have flipped the page and you guys are getting ready for the Enterprise Wildcats coming up tomorrow night, what can you tell the folks at home who are listening right now what to expect from Enterprise come up tomorrow night?
Enterprise is coming off a loss, and they've got a good football team. They got beat by a really good Dothan team who runs the ball extremely well. Enterprise came in and upset us at home a couple years ago. They had a really good game plan coming in. We turned the ball over some, and gave them opportunities, and they capitalized. So we got to come ready to play. They got a good football team. They got a lot of weapons that can hurt you. They like us are replacing a lot of high profile kids. They had 3 D1 kids, and that they're replacing. So they're kind of like us. They're in a position where the more games they get under their belt, the more comfortable they get, and I expect them to come in and bring their A game.
Well, last year was so much fun, and I remind people of what the stakes were for that game. I mean, a top 5 matchup where both offenses were clicking, just D1 talent all over the field, and went down there and won by several scores. And, Coach, I told people last year that after that game, the long drive home, which I'm thankful we don't have to make this year, it was the drive home after that game where I think we really realized how good Auburn High's team was a year ago. Is there any sort of mantra this year where a win like this coming off of the Opelika game could kind of give you guys that boost in the backstretch?
We definitely could use a win in this game, for region standings, for, confidence. I think what will help is if we start getting in the red zone and start putting points on the board, on a consistent basis. We've got to put points on the board. We could have been up 21 points at halftime last week, very easily. But we left a lot of points out there, and we got to quit doing that. We've got to get better in that aspect. We drove the ball inside the 20s, or outside the 20s all night, last Friday, and then we'd get in there and we would kind of sputter, So we got to get better there. And a win Friday night would definitely help with confidence and help us, to get off to a 2-0 start in the region, which would be huge.
We're talking with Auburn High's head football coach Keith Etheridge here during the Thursday edition of On the Line. Coach, we named Kason Myers our Orthopedic Clinic High School Player of the Week, starting quarterback for you and your Tigers, because of his incredible performance a week ago. He had, in this game against Opelika, 245 yards of passing and a touchdown, 87 yards of rushing, and he caught a touchdown pass as well. What have you seen from your new quarterback this year that gives you confidence in big-time region games like you'll have again tomorrow?
Well, first of all, he's a great young man. He is a class individual who works hard and very athletic. He has a lot of arm talent. He can throw the ball from every angle. You see him roll out and gets pressured, and he can go from the low angle, takes it up to the high angle when he's sitting in the pocket. And, he's got a quick release, and he's very accurate. And he moves defenses with his eyes. He does a good job of moving defenses with his eyes and doing some little things that are really important. Case is a kid who's played a lot of football. I think he's been a starter since he was a freshman, and it shows. He has poise back there. He can pull it down and he can run it. He's like having once he pulls it down and run it, he becomes a running back.
Yeah.
He's that he has some shiftiness and he has some power. And he's fast. So he's tough to handle back there. You know, I'm glad he's on our team and we're not having to prepare for it.
Well, he's been a great addition to you and your offense so far this season. The receivers are fun to watch. Getting the running game going a little bit too. Should be a lot of fun. Once again tomorrow night, Auburn versus Enterprise. It's the Tigers and the Wildcats back home at Duck Sanford Stadium. If you can't get to the game to watch the Tigers, you can listen to us over on Wings 94.3. Myself, Rob Pate, and Jack Hutton will be on the air on the Auburn High Sports Network. Pregame starts at 6:30 and kickoff at 7, and we'll get to cover another game for Auburn High School football and head coach Keith Etheridge, who is joining us right now. Coach, we appreciate you and your time as always, and again, just so thankful and joyful for you and your family and that everything went well the week ago, and we're excited to see you guys again tomorrow night.
Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate everything y'all do, brother. God bless and go Tigers.
Go Tigers. That is head coach Keith Etheridge of Auburn High School football. He joins us every Thursday right here on ESPN 106.7 to start hour number 2, and appreciate his time. You can catch more of Coach Keith Etheridge as he sits down with me in our pregame interview every Friday night over on Wings 94.3. Again, pregame starts at 6:30 with kickoff at 7 on Wings 94.3.
Play hard, play to win. But when sports injuries occur, you can rely on Encore. Our professional team treats all types of sports-related injuries for athletes of all ages. Our licensed therapists work closely with the patient, your family, and physician to get you back into action quickly and safely. At Encore, we love to see you move. Log on to EncoreRehab.com for a location near you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the show. We are now going to get into the offensive breakdown with James Tippins. James, what did you see from the Tigers' offense last week against Opelika?
Yeah, Reese, I really saw a lot, but really something that stuck out to me was Casey Myers, man. I mean, he played out of his mind. 245 yards. He was also leading rusher for Auburn with 87 yards. He also caught a passing touchdown, which is insane to see. But, you know, I really love the grit he showed against Opelika, a really good defensive team, and really just showed out for the offense last week.
Yeah, I mean, Casey Myers, you know, solid quarterback, came in from Pike Road, actually transferred. That Booker game, we had looming questions after that Booker game, and obviously going into the Vestavia Hills game after Auburn dropped that one. But Casey Myers was able to get back on his feet again against Opelika, and we'll see what he can do this week against Enterprise.
Yep, can't wait.
But Cherish, what did you see from the Auburn defense and special teams last week against Opelika?
Thanks, Reese. Now let's talk about a Tiger unit that was absolutely relentless last week with 3 sacks and coming back with linebacker Greg Williams with 14 tackles and 3 tackles for loss. Right behind him was Aiden Parker with 13 tackles and 2 tackles for loss. We had 2 interceptions last game, and our special teams wasn't that good, but we're looking forward to being better this week.
Yeah, I mean, the special teams last week, Joseph Daniel had 2 kicks blocked and missed 2 as well. And then the defense last week came up big. I think that's one of the touching points we've had this season is the defense has been so good. Like that first game against Booker gave up 6 points. The defense not necessarily so good against that Vestavia Hills team week 2, but bounced back against Opelika, and I look to see them continue that stretch tonight. But now we're going to take a quick break as you guys will listen to the Tiger Communications Coaches Show, and we will be back with some of our game picks, so don't go away.
And as we are joined each and every week, Coach Goolsby, Coach Ferguson, Coach Oliver, all 3 joining us here after another win over Opelika. It's gotten to be a habit for you guys the last few years. How are we doing this week?
Doing pretty well. How about you?
Hey, doing fine. I was out there. Me and Mr. Walter Northcutt took the game in, and I mentioned this to Coach Ferguson after the game. From the end zone, I was told not to stay on the sideline. Now, let me say this. I got to admit something because I didn't tell you on Friday night. I was on the Auburn sideline for a little bit.
Okay.
It was when you scored the first touchdown.
You should have stayed.
And I can't
win. Did you leave right before the turnover in the second half?
That's exactly what you did. We take that opening kickoff for the second half, and you walked to the middle.
No. I can say I didn't. It was the end of the first quarter. I moved around to the Opelika sideline, and then at halftime I went behind the end zone and stood there for the second half. So I was in the end zone for the second half. Yeah. But I was there for the very creative touchdown pass to open up the scoring in that game. We'll get to that in just a moment. But, guys, just from you guys' point of view, how did things go down Friday night?
I mean, defensively, I thought it went down to script, you know. I mean, we were coming off being embarrassed the week before, and, you know, we talked to the kids about kind of getting back in our groove and doing the little things that make us successful on defense. And, you know, we did that all week in practice. We had a great week of practice, great film session. Everybody was locked in. You know, they were locked in pregame, and they just went out there and did the small things better than we've done all year. We talked about playing with extreme physicality and making sure we're the most physical team because Opelika's a big physical team. You know, we wanted to match it and then just beat it. And, you know, you go back and watch the film, all 11 guys were playing physical. You know, sometimes you get a DB that may not. Our corners were physical. Our safeties were physical. We were, you know, physical at the line of scrimmage, did a great job at linebacker getting off of blocks. And so, you know, the only disappointing thing was we got tired at the end, got gassed a little bit, and Opelika started leaning on us a little bit and running the ball with that big old line and that big running back. But, you know, lucky for us, we got a turnover there at the end and worked out for us.
Yeah, offensively, I think we took another step on on Thursday, sorry. But we got the penalties, man. We got to get better at. You know, we can't afford to have as many penalties as we did Friday night. I think offensively we were best on the bookends. You know, really early scoring a touchdown, and then when we really needed a drive, you know, late there in the game, you know, getting one back in. I thought we moved the ball well. I thought we distributed the ball well. And we're starting to figure some things out up front. So I think we took another step minus the penalties, but we got to cut out those small things that will just kill a drive and kill our offense.
So looking at how the game broke down and looking at that first half, you guys go down, and the first touchdown of the game is a little bit of, as I like to call it, a little bit of razzle-dazzle for that first score. Did y'all have any sort of did y'all go into the game knowing that y'all were going to run something like that, or was that a on the fly call?
Okay, so that was what we call the E special.
Okay.
All right, so Coach E, obviously being the head coach, gets to interject in anything going on with the team. So, like, he likes to come up with a play every blue moon, you know, for certain games where he wants to put in a play that he's run probably from his thousands of years of coaching football. Sure. And we whatever week that is, we just call it the E special. Coach E put that in on Sunday. We worked it with the kids throughout the week, and he chose when we ran it. You know, other than that, you know, he let Coach Wag do his thing. But, you know, again, Coach E, you know, with all his knowledge and how long he's been coaching, he picked the right time to call it, and it worked to perfection.
It did. It landed right in front of me. Is where in that end zone where I was standing. I had to step back because I was scared the ball was going to come over to me, but it was right in front of me. I couldn't believe it. I honestly couldn't believe. I saw the reverse, and then I was like, oh, they're going to run. And then he pulled up to throw, and I was like, wait a minute.
That's all Coach E.
I was standing right in front of there. I didn't even see the quarterback coming over toward me. As soon as he let go of the ball, I'm like, he's out of the picture. And I guess that's what y'all were going for. Is you weren't looking for that. Yeah.
We didn't know they were going to run it.
That's what I was about to say. Like, on the headset, we were talking like, guys, have we ever ran that in practice like one single time? Because we hadn't seen it on defense. Like, you know, every once in a while they'll try something out, maybe against our scout team or maybe against the ones or twos or something. And we were talking on the headset like, that was perfect for something that we had no idea was even in the playbook. Like, you could have ran it against us, and we practiced with them every day. It would have hit. And it was awesome. It was really cool to see.
As you walked through that game and worked through it, it was a grind. The best way I could describe that game was a grind from both sides of the ball, offense and defensively. You know, on defensively, you guys keeping that Opelika offense at bay, only allowing 10 points on the evening, and offensively just trying to get down there and get some scores and get up. Was that how you guys were feeling? Is that as it going on, you were like, man, this is rough. This is tough football right here.
That's exactly how we want games to go, I think, on our side of the ball specifically. I mean, we had, I think, 3 or 4 short fields that night where they either got the ball at the 50 or going in. And, you know, our guys did a great job grinding. And that's what we prepare for. And we love it on the headset. Between series, we'll get back together and start talking to each other and talk about how much we just enjoy games like that. Obviously, it's fun to light up the scoreboard for these guys, and we'd love to crush everybody we play. But when it comes down to us and the game is up to us to make a stop, man, that's a perfect place for us to be in.
It's fun because the kids were locked in. You know what I mean? Like, I had confidence going into that game because of the way we prepared.
Yeah.
But then as the game got going and I saw how we were striking people and hitting, and I saw their attitudes on the sideline, I thought, man, we're going to have fun because whether we win or lose, they were just locked into the game and having fun playing. That's what we told them at halftime. Like, we got another half of this, but we're not asking you to go – we're not asking you to go do something hard. Like, we're getting to go play a football game in front of a great crowd against your rival. Like, let's go have fun with that.
Speaking of that crowd, before we keep going with this, with breaking down that game, how is it when you go on the road? You go on the road to all these different places. Some of them are 2 hours plus riding on a bus, and you always have a good crowd follow you, but you're not basically playing in your backyard like you were this past week, where the stands are packed. You basically had what looked like a home game student section that was there. What is that like, where you were there, and it feels like it's not, but it feels like a 50-50 crowd?
Yeah, it never gets old to play in a game like that. I was actually talking to Coach Harris, a new defensive coach with us this year, who's been a head coach and been a really good coach for a long time and played in big games. And I was talking to him pregame. I was like, You've never seen anything like this before. And we just had a good moment of that. And it just reminds us, this is my 5th year coaching, and it's so awesome to be a part of, man, to have these two communities so locked in and bought into these two programs. It's a lot of fun, and I hope it never gets old. I don't think it ever will, because like you said, people come out of the woodwork for the game. It means a lot, and we talk about it for 365 days for sure.
That's right.
If you can pack Bulldog Stadium and you can pack the Duck, you're asking for a great high school football atmosphere.
That's right.
You get a lot of fans at Central, but just the way their stadium is made, the noise kind of escapes. But if you pack the Duck and you pack Bulldog Stadium, you're about to have an electric atmosphere at a football game.
So back to the stuff on the action on the field. A little bit of field goal trouble for you guys, and then you open up the second half. You kind of referred to it, some miscues to start the second half in there. At that point, after you'd had the field goal troubles, y'all were still in the lead there, and you get to that second half. What is that mentality like on the sideline, where you're trying to make sure that everybody stays on that same page?
For us, it's like your defense playing so great, like help them guys out. Like they were giving us short fields, and like I said, the penalties and things like that stall and back us up on drives. Like it gets very frustrating because your defense is playing so great, and we want to reward our team and reward those guys by putting points on the board. We also want to give them time to get rest, put together drives, and we would do that at times, and then we'll get penalties and then sputter out. But you just got to keep the faith. You keep keep harping on the things that you harped on all week, remembering where you are, remembering what kind of game we're playing, remembering what's all on the line. And our kids do a really good job, I think, on both sides of the ball, obviously being led by our coaching staff, are staying in the moment, staying calm, and executing even when it's at your last. I mean, you think about it, the last 2 times we played Opelika is a turnover on a drive where they could possibly win the game. That's, to me, that's resilience right there of our kids, not giving up and staying the course.
So let's flip it over to the defensive side. Last drive that you guys are on the field defensively, what's going through your guys' mind? What's the mentality like? What's the conversations like as y'all are trying to get that last stop?
Well, we're discussing, G. Ferg and I were discussing a particular alignment, going back and forth, and then I'm just steadily going, God, we're just so tired. They're just laying on us, and we're trying. And they're going fast because they realize we're a little bit gassed, and I'm trying to get a call in, and I'm frustrated because they're not getting any of the calls because they're going fast and they're tired. And so it was a lot of that, and then I think, did we call the timeout at the end? We did, right? I don't remember.
Yeah, I think so.
We called the timeout down there at the end, and that was great because it allowed us to get our goal line defense package out there. And I don't know if that had anything to do with the turnover, but I told Colin and Kyle this week, I said, I think it probably did because y'all are 2 monsters that are right over the center. Like that probably had something. I don't know if it did, but I told them that because I want them to believe that. But it wasn't chaos, but it was like, I don't know how to explain it. I mean, I was pretty calm, obviously hoping they don't go down their score, but I was trusting our guys that somebody's going to step up and do something here,
And, B. Hall was just on the radio with you. He's at Polka now. He was with us for a couple years, and he always said something that's going to stick with me forever is like, he told our guys, I won't directly quote him, but they can put the ball wherever they want. They can put the ball at the 1-yard line, and we're going to give it everything we got. We're going to play our guts out. And I think, as Dee said, that's the resilience that our guys have. And that's just the kind of kids that we have in our program. And I'm super proud of them for being resilient. And just, it doesn't matter the situation. It doesn't matter if they get the call that we want them to get or not. They're going to go out there and execute and do everything in their power to make a play, and that's just really awesome to be a part of.
That's awesome. Well, before we move on and check out this week's opponent, I need a player of the week for you guys to nominate for the Waldo's Chicken Player of the Week.
Well, I mean, we talked about two guys, but Greg Williams, one of our linebackers, G-Ferd coaches, and he had 12 tackles, 3 for a loss, scoop and score touchdown, called back on a phantom penalty, PBU, a sack, fumble recovery. I mean, crazy stat line. And so Greg Williams is our player of the week.
Excellent. So when you see a guy put out that kind of effort in a rivalry game, what is that like when you've watched him do that in practice all week and just grind all season, and then you get under some of the biggest lights that you can in this area, and he does something like that?
Man, it's really awesome. I'm going to try my best not to get emotional, but just to see that kid who has come in here and has bought into our program and has given everything that he's got. And, I have coaches that come in, and in the offseason, we try to sell the kids of college coaches that, give them an opportunity to play at the next level. And you have people that come in and just say, hey, this kid's not good enough, or this kid's 2 inches too short, whatever the heck they want to come up with. To see him ball out in a game like that, the first person after the game I text is the guy that told me that he was 2 inches too short and said, this is the kind of player that you're passing up on, because that's the kind of kid he is every single day. And, I mean, it's just so awesome to see him. And he's a ball player, man. It has nothing to do, 100% has nothing to do with the coaching that he receives. That kid is a stud, and he gives his heart for our school every single game, and I'm expecting him to do it Friday night again.
That's awesome.
I tell you, as an offensive guy, I'm glad that dude played for us. See him every day on the other side. I'm glad he played for us, man.
Well, let's look at this week now as you guys return home to the Duck after 2 weeks away. You get to host the Enterprise Wildcats, a team coming off of a loss last week to go 0-1 in the region. What have you guys seen from them this year? I'm assuming it's the same kind of offense. You don't see that often.
Well, actually, no. Dothan's running that now.
Okay.
They're back to kind of a spread, kind of, I guess, normal kind of offense, I guess.
Yeah.
But they've got they got 2 big tight ends, and a quarterback that's a dual threat guy that can run it and he can throw it, and they're 260, 280 across the front. A couple wide receivers that can go. And the thing we've told our kids defensively is they're where we were after the Vestavia game. They got embarrassed last week, and they're a proud program. Was in the semifinals last year, just like we are. And so they're not going to come out here and just lay down. They're going to come out here and. They're 0-1 in the region. You go 0-2 in our region, start off. That's tough, especially with Opelika Central and Carver that they got left.
Oh, yeah.
They got to come out and get a win, and they've beaten us before. And so we got to make sure that, just like last week, we prepare well. We're ready to go match the intensity that they're going to bring coming off that embarrassment from last week.
Defensively, they're going to come out in a 4-man front, 4-3. Multiple looks on the back end. They are really long up front, really long up front. They got two guys at defensive end on both sides, book ends. They are listed at 6'5". So they're really long up front. They got a really good middle linebacker returning. And like I said, the secondary is athletic. This is a huge ball game. Just like G was just saying, they're 0-1, and then they got us this week, and then they got Central next week. And I'm gonna tell you, if you follow Enterprise, the Enterprise teams that you want to give a slight to or overlook, them the ones that'll beat you. I mean, you just think back. Look back, like, the year we went to the state championship game, the second time we went to the state championship game in school history. That's who we lost to that year.
Yeah.
I felt like we had a better team that year. Look what they did to Carver last year. How good Carver was, and they beat us last home game. We played here. So when you underestimate them guys, them that's the time that they come out ready to play. So this is a huge ball game.
That's right. And we want to make sure that the Duck is packed. We don't have to sell you on it. The Duck gets packed almost every Friday night anyway. But make sure you get your tickets early. Go Fan. If there's any left over, they'll be at the gate. But just like last week at Opelika, you guys do not want tickets to be available at the gate. You guys want to pack that place out beforehand, so get them early on GoFan. Enterprise comes to town this Friday night. It's the last time in September you're going to get to see the only time in September you're going to get to see Auburn High at the Duck, because there'll be 2 road games following this one coming up the next 2 weeks after Enterprise. So make sure you get out there and check out this Auburn High team. Guys, thank you all so much for taking time out of your busy schedules here this evening. It's a Friday night, so y'all get to enjoy another day of practice this week, unlike the last 2. And hopefully, when you guys rejoin us next week, we'll talk about another Auburn High win over Enterprise.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to AHS Countdown. And we're going to get right into our game picks. Our first matchup is Dothan versus Central. Dothan coming in this matchup 3-0, and Central also coming in here 3-0. Who do you guys have between Dothan and Central?
Yeah, Reese, I have Dothan carrying the momentum from last week. Big win. I think they pick up another one versus Central this week.
Yeah, big one.
I don't want to go against you there, James, but I have Central this week.
Yeah, Central has a lot of momentum coming in this one. This is a big region matchup, big implications. I know playoffs later in the season, but this could be big for both those teams to try to get a good seed in the playoffs. But our next matchup up is also another region game between Carver and Smith Station. Who you guys have in that one?
Yeah, I've got Carver. I think they're just too physical up front. They overwhelmed Smith Station today.
Yeah.
I'll agree. I'm with Carver.
Yeah, Carver, coming off only one loss. Thompson, their loss a few weeks ago, but Carver's gotten the momentum the past few weeks with 2 straight wins. So looking forward to seeing that one on Friday night. But our next game up is Baker and Jackson. Jackson has Landon Duckworth at quarterback, a standout quarterback, actually, committed to South Carolina. So who do you guys have in this game?
Yeah, I think Baker just wins this one. I think they just overwhelm Jackson, just get this win.
Going with the upset there.
Yeah.
I like it.
I'm looking forward to seeing Jackson play and hoping they win.
Yeah, Jackson, pretty good team. First game of the year, they did drop that one. They gave up 17 points, which is the most they've given up all season. So looking forward to seeing that game as well. And our next game up is 3-0 Hewitt-Trustful versus 1-2 Hoover. Hoover dropped their first game against IMG Academy. IMG Academy came all the way from Bradenton, Florida. So who do you guys have between Hewitt and Hoover?
Yeah, I think Hewitt-Trustful just gets this win. I think Hoover this year has just looked pretty poor offensively. I think Hewitt-Trustful gets it done today.
Yeah, I'm going to have to say that too.
I also agree. Offense is a big part, so I agree.
Yeah, Hoover, trying to gain the momentum after dropping that game against IMG and also dropping another game. So Hoover hopefully bounces back to get back to 500 and go 2-2. But our other region game we're going to highlight is Opelika versus Jag. Who do you guys have in that one?
Yeah, I've got Opelika. Just too big up front. I think Opelika gets it done.
I agree with you, Opelika. I think they're going to have this one in the bag.
Yeah, Jag, hasn't had a lot of success recently in the past few years, so Opelika, I think, could get this win possibly. And our next game up is Hillcrest, who's 3-0 versus 2-1 Vestavia Hills. Who do you guys have in that one?
Yeah, I like Hillcrest's offense. Running the triple option a little bit. I think they overwhelm Vestavia today and get it done.
I'm liking Vestavia Hills this Friday.
Yeah, Vestavia dropped one last week, but hoping to bounce back and get back in the win column again to go 3-1. And Vestavia Hills at home, so you saw Auburn lost to Vestavia Hills at home, so home field advantage for Vestavia is really good. And our last but not least game is Auburn versus Enterprise, the game that we are covering, obviously. Who do you guys have in that one?
Yeah, Reese, just really a marquee matchup for both of these teams. Just really a must-win game for both, and I've got Auburn taking it home today.
Why wouldn't I have Auburn? Let's go Tigers.
And Auburn, coming in, winning against Opelika, their rivals. Enterprise coming off a tough loss. I'm going to have to say I'm going to go with Auburn here. I think Auburn's going to get a big win at home and bounce back. And, 4 straight home games for Auburn, so definitely a momentum switching to their side as we get closer towards the playoffs coming up in October. So now let's move into the keys to the game for tonight. And James, what is your key to the game for the Auburn Tigers?
Yeah, Reese, I'm really looking for Auburn to establish the run game early. Enterprise last week really struggled defending the run. I'm hoping that Auburn can just run the ball well tonight and get the big time win.
Yeah, Auburn, last year losing Omar Mapson, some new running backs coming in this year, and be interested to see if Auburn can get the run game going since we haven't seen him much so far to start the season. And Cherish, what is your key to the game for the Enterprise Wildcats tonight?
For Enterprise, I think the key to the game is protecting the ball and finishing their drives. If they can limit their turnovers and take advantage of the red zone changes, I think they'll have it.
Yeah, definitely. Last game we saw Enterprise wasn't able to, get to the red zone much. Gave up 69 points last week against Dothan and only scored 28. So be interested to see what the Wildcats can do tonight. But that is going to do it for AHS Countdown. I'm your host, Reese Kinder. Hope you guys enjoy this match, and we'll see you at the kick.
from Auburn High School to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I am DeMarcus Ware, and this is home of the Auburn Tigers. There is nothing like playing for the A. This A. We won't make it easy on you. In our house.
Take no prisoners, leave no doubt. Take no prisoners, leave no doubt.
We got to get pressure on the quarterback.
Either got a seat at the table, you're on the menu, baby. Hey! Give a pregame speech. Right now, I'm going to just tell you that I love every single one of you. We had a great fall camp. Now it's time to go to work, right? The road to Tuscaloosa starts today, right? I love every one of you. Play your tails off, no matter what, right? No matter what.
Start strong, finish stronger, all right? Start strong, finish stronger. Start strong, finish stronger. Start strong, finish stronger. 124.
Make sure you get on this side. Relentless energy, relentless effort, relentless attitude.
Let's go, guys.
Hey, let's go.
1, 2, 3.
Knee.
Somebody take over. Somebody.
And welcome our Auburn Tigers.
Andy, we turn. Whoa. The mics are on.
Checks 1, 2. Got you round and all type of Benz's and Rolls. Girl, you used to ride in the rinky dink. I'm the one put you in that Leontay. Fashion over model, I put you on the runway. You was rocking Coach bags, got you Sinead. I got a girl, but I still feel alone. If you plan me, that mean my home ain't home. Having nightmares are going through your phone. Can't even record, you got me out my zone.
gentlemen, welcome to Doug Sanford Stadium in Auburn, Alabama for tonight's matchup between the Enterprise Wildcats and your Auburn High Tigers. The official stadium time is 6:32. Kickoff is in 26 minutes. Tonight, we proudly recognize the 2025 Auburn girls golf team for their victory in the 7A state championship. After trailing by just 2 strokes on day 1, the Lady Tigers delivered a record-breaking performance on day 2, posting a remarkable team score of 5 under par, the lowest ever recorded in AHSAA girls golf history, securing the championship in dominant fashion by an astounding 19 strokes. The championship rings presented this evening stand as an enduring symbol of that triumph. They embody the unwavering commitment, selfless dedication, and unrelenting sacrifice that made this moment possible. For there is no victory without sacrifice. To head coach Adam Bird. To assistant coach April Halverson. To 2025 graduate Isha Gupta. To 2025 graduate Hannah Alverson, team captain. To senior Kate Ha, this season also marking her 2nd individual state championship title. To junior Summer Yu. To sophomore Sophia Pastor, alternate. Included in the rest of the golf team, Ellery Crow, Eva Holloway, Katie Kircher, Ella Grace Moss, Carly Myers, Lucy Rowe, and Harper Ann Willis. Please join me in giving this team a round of applause. These young ladies on this great achievement. Go Tigers!
I'll be the last one standing, 2 hands in the air, I'm a champion. You'll be looking up at me when it's over. I live for the battle, I'm a soldier. Yeah, I'm a fighter like Rocky. Put your flag on your back like Ali. Yeah, I'm the greatest, I'm stronger. Bet my dues, can't lose, I'ma own ya. Hey, I've been working my whole life, and now it's too. Unbreakable, unstoppable, unshakable.
took it way past just winding. You even said that was nothing. I ain't got ties, you cannot get in. She's just a 5, she cannot get in. I've been putting diamonds on all my friends. First seat ride, got the vibes packed in.
Drops back, throws it deep, and it's gonna be caught by Joshua Askew. To the 20, to the 10, to the end zone. Omar Matson in for the score.
13 hours till I land, have me out like a light, 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 like a light. Yeah, Pastor Dawson said he sending texts, ain't sending kites. Yeah, he said keep that on like
Omar Matson's gonna score.
Yeah, it's absolute.
69.
Pulling here, trying to start a drive. Trying to start a You ain't got a chance, boy. What you think? I'm doing everything but the kitchen sink. I try to be feeling in the neighborhood. I know all of the grannies wanna sip their tea. And here you come, all barging in. All ugly like a brown fur cardigan. We can skip the monologue and the arguing. I'm like, on here, trying to start a drive. On here, trying to start a drive. Bang. Pulling here, trying to start it. Pulling here, trying to start it.
Superintendent of Auburn City Schools, and Dr. Gregory Moore, Principal of Auburn High School, we welcome you again to Duck Sanford Stadium, home of your Auburn High School Tigers. the Auburn High School alma mater, conducted by AHS Director of Bands, Mrs. Deanna Marshall. Presenting the colors in tonight's football game is the Auburn High School JROTC Color Guard. The commander of the Color Guard is Cadet Haley Cash, carrying the United States flag. The Alabama state flag is carried by Cadet Catherine Key. The guards are Cadet Forrest Dellinger and Cadet Keenan Bird. Please remain standing as we honor our nation with the playing of our national anthem. Again, welcome to the Duck, and best of luck to our guests from Enterprise. Enjoy the game and go Tigers. The Auburn High School Marching Band wants to encourage you to visit our concession stand this evening, run by the defense, number 0, Colin King. Defensive back, number 1, BJ McGee. Defensive back, number 2, Cortez Cooks. Linebacker, number 3, Greg Williams. Defensive back, number 4, Isaac Benford. Defensive back, number 7, Logan Sirico. Defensive end, number 11, Aiden Parker. Defensive line, number 13, Cameron Creighton. Linebacker, number 25, Alex Gamstead. Defensive line, number 46, Micah Bowersock. Defensive line, number 99, Cardell Jackson. On offense, number 0, running back Jaden Huff. Wide receiver, number 4, Cash Reef. Wide receiver, number 5, Antonio Welch. Wide receiver, number 7.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Duck Sanford Stadium. Reese Kinder here. Alongside me, James Tippins, bringing you all the action tonight as Auburn High takes on the Enterprise Wildcats in what promises to be a huge matchup. And James, how are you feeling tonight?
Yeah, Reese feeling good. Big region game tonight. Both teams looking just to keep their playoff hopes alive and just get a big win tonight.
Yeah, and we know, obviously, last week, Auburn coming off a big win in their rivalry game against Opelika, and then Enterprise coming off of a tough loss against Dothan. And James, just going to Auburn first, what did you like from Auburn's performance last week?
Yeah, they really just showed a lot of heart. Hope to carry that momentum into this week. Loved the quarterback play, loved how the offense played. Defense really stuck out, but really excited to see this game tonight.
Yeah, and Auburn kicks this one to the back of the end zone here. It's going to be a touchback, and we're going to get to see Enterprise start off on offense with Mason Burkhardt at quarterback, the senior leader for this Enterprise team. And James, what do you have on Mason Burkhardt?
Yeah, Mason Burkhardt, the left-handed throwing quarterback, super athletic kid, loves to run. Really, he's got a great arm. Also, just an athletic kid. Need to watch him. Can get out of the pocket. Loves running the play action. But if Auburn's defense can contain him, we're looking good for tonight.
Yeah, hopefully this Auburn defense continues to do what they've been doing lately. Very unstoppable force as of late on defense. The only real struggle was against Vestavia Hills a week or two ago. In Vestavia Hills, Auburn dropped that one 42-14. So Tigers finally back at home after 2 weeks not at home. And James, tell us what that means for the Tigers tonight.
Yeah, you know, just the momentum coming to this game after a big rivalry win. Hopefully the Tigers can keep it going.
Burkhardt is going to throw this one to the outside. He's got a man open. It's going to be down at about the 25-yard line.
Yeah, you know, we see that a lot from the Enterprise Wildcats, just those quick little screen plays, hoping to hurry the offense up and keep the offense rolling.
Yeah, senior wide receiver Will Fault with the catch there. And Enterprise wanted to hurry here on 2nd and 5. Actually, 2nd and 6 there. It looks like they moved it back a yard. Burkhardt now going to take the snap. And he's going to run it himself, but it looks like stoppage of play here. See what the refs are. Looks like maybe they're restarting the play. Some confusion between the officials and both teams here, but looks like, I guess, no, it looks like they're moving it back, so there was a penalty. I didn't know if there was or not, but yeah, it looks like it's going to be a penalty, possibly a false start there for the Wildcats. Jaireel Reese in the backfield. A lot of seniors on this Enterprise Wildcats team. Good leadership here. As Burkhardt takes the snap, he's going to throw it to a wide open man for a first down. Pushes off on Isaac Benford. And Enterprise with the first down, moving the ball downfield.
Yeah, big Braden Cook, 6'2", 210. Wide receiver, tight end play, really athletic kid. Burkhardt got the ball out quick to him. First down, Wildcats.
And now Wildcats get a chance to reset here as they move the ball just about short of the 40-yard line to the 37-yard line here. Looks like a weird formation here as two receivers go out wide. Burkhardt alone in the backfield, no running back. Running back moves into receiver position. And Burkhardt's going to drop back to throw. And he's going to miss Cook there, but almost a catch. Cook could not come up with that one. Wide open. He would have been gone probably.
Yeah, just kind of airmailed him there. Put a little too much under it.
And this Tigers defense, like we mentioned, has put a lot of pressure on quarterbacks as of late. And this Tigers defense has just been really stellar this past few weeks. Looks like Reese in the backfield. Burkhardt's going to drop back. He's going to find a man open. It's almost intercepted. That was BJ McGee almost came up with the interception there.
Yeah, Burkhardt felt the pressure, had to get the ball out quick. Just was a little too strong to his receiver there. Almost a pick six.
Yeah, that probably would have been a pick six if he was able to get free. 2 missed opportunities for the Enterprise Wildcats here already. Cook with a drop pass, and it's just already been huge momentum for Auburn's defense already on this 3rd and 10.
Yeah, big third down here. Expect a lot of pressure from the Tigers defense here.
Reese in the backfield again. And you see Reese sets in that backfield there, but Burkhart tends to go out and throw it. It looks like maybe another flag here, possibly on the Wildcats. And it's going to be a false start on the Wildcats here. And, you know, a few weeks ago when we saw Booker play Auburn, a lot of penalties Booker was faced with, and that really killed their drives in that game. And James, tell us what that means in this game for Enterprise penalties.
Yeah, you know, I mean, penalties play a big part of the game. These false starts early, I mean, the crowd getting in their ears a little bit, just a little bit of miscommunication. Next thing you know, somebody jumps off sides from 5 yards back.
Burkhart's going to drop back to throw it here on 3rd and long. He gets pressured. He's going to find a man deep, but it's incomplete. That pass was intended to receiver Keon Killo, and it is incomplete.
Yeah, Cam Creighton got that back there quick, maybe untouched, pressure in his face. Burkhart still delivered a good ball, maybe just dropped a little bit.
And now Enterprise going to be forced to bring out the special teams unit here to punt this one away to Auburn.
Yeah, you see Creighton right here, 13, getting in his face, showing him some pressure. Good ball by Burkhart still, just maybe a little underthrown. Had a man open, though.
Yeah, that's 3 missed opportunities for the Wildcats here on this drive. Enterprise in punt formation here.
A little bit of a high snap.
They're going to punt this one away. Pretty good punt there. And it's just going to sail out of bounds at about the 45-yard line. And Auburn going to have a good starting field position as we're going to get to see Auburn quarterback Kason Myers come in now. And James, what do you have on Kason Myers from last week's performance?
Yeah, Kason played his tail off, man. Just played really good. Even caught a receiving touchdown. The leading rusher, rushed for 84 yards. Just really played great in his first time in the Auburn-Opelika rivalry. Just led us to the win here.
Yeah, and obviously a junior quarterback in Kason Myers, transfer from Pike Road. Struggled a little bit in that first home game against Booker. Looking to see a little bit more out of his performance this week. Man in motion. Myers going to throw a screen pass to Askew, and Askew's going to get about 2 or 3 yards there on the screen pass. Joshua Askew, one of the fastest wide receivers, actually caught 2 touchdown passes in the home opener against Booker. And James, what do you have on Josh Askew?
Yeah, Askew, man, he's just a dynamic player. I mean, get the ball in his hands, he's going to do something. I think early the Tigers noticed that, trying to get the ball to him early.
Myers going to drop back to throw. He's going to run to the outside. He's going to find a man open downfield, and it's missed. Cash Reef almost caught that ball wide open. He probably would have scored a touchdown right there, but you can see on this replay, Myers just able to roll out right here, and then Cash Reef wide open downfield, not a man in front of him. And yeah, if he was able to catch that, he would have been in for 6.
Yeah, there was nothing but green grass ahead. Cash Reef, definitely that one's eating him up.
Yeah, and obviously this Enterprise Wildcats team last week gave up 69 points against the Dothan Wolves. And James, can you tell us a little bit about that performance?
Yeah, they really struggled against the run game. Really, they're a veteran team, but here's Antonio Welch picking up the first down.
And could not be brought down there, but finally brought down this Enterprise Wildcats defense.
Yeah, this Enterprise Wildcats defense, as I was saying, just led by a lot of seniors. Just struggled last week. Dothan running an interesting little scheme, lots of running, but hopefully looking to bounce back this week.
Yeah, and Auburn obviously picked up the first down there. Put themselves in pretty good field position now at about the 34-yard line here. He's going to hand it off. It's going to be brought down. And it's actually a fumble, but Myers picks it up.
Yes, back there, Jaden King, newly in the running back position. Maybe just need to high and tight there a little bit, but good wrap up there.
You know, Jaden King, like you said, new to the running back position this week, and possibility that a little bit of nerves getting to him early in this game.
Yeah, it's definitely been a struggle for Auburn bouncing back from losing Omar Mabson. Big shoes to fill, but hoping to.
Reef gonna go in motion, and Myers in some trouble here. Down by Aiden Arney.
Yeah, Gavin Whiteside with the pressure, just came off the blitz there. Casey Myers made an athletic move, able to get just a couple yards out of that. Now Auburn faced for the long 3rd and 17.
Yeah, Auburn going to need to do something here to get possibly back in field goal range, maybe get a field goal out of this drive, but Myers alone in the backfield. He's going to throw another screen pass to Askew. Askew's going to cut up field. He's actually going to get a lot of yards there And he gets about, it looks like a flag actually comes in at the end of the play, but he got past the 30-yard line there. So see what. Let's drive. Let's see what the ref signals here. It's actually a face mask, so that's going to move Auburn to a first down now, and Auburn's going to get to move the chains up a little bit as a face mask comes in late on a Joshua Askew screen pass.
Yeah, really stupid play by Enterprise there. I mean, you had him down, just really not a heads-up play there from the Enterprise defense.
Yeah, and you know, Joshua Askew, like we mentioned, one of the fastest guys on the team, and you know, it's going to be hard to catch him, so luckily Enterprise was able to bring him down, but still, the penalty comes in at the end of the play, so it really kills Enterprise's drive here, just to possibly stop him on defense. Now Auburn at the 15-yard line here, and Myers going to run it himself, actually going to roll out, and it is incomplete. That was a good move there by Myers, but just not able to find the open man.
Yeah, Myers running a little RPO, reading the eyes of this edge here. He had the guy open, just a great defensive play there, you know. Praise Woodall in there on the stop.
Yeah, Antonio Welch almost came up with that ball, but just a huge deflection by Woodall. Now the Tigers faced with a 2nd and 10 here at the Enterprise 15. Man in motion, Hampton Jordan in motion. Myers going to drop back. Can't find anybody open. He's rolling out. Enterprise bringing some pressure, and Myers going to fall down in the backfield and go all the way to 30, but a late flag has come in. Maybe a possible unnecessary roughness. See what the ref signals. Oh no, it looked like Myers, you know, went down there at the end and possibly a little bit too much by the Wildcats defense, but good pressure by Enterprise there to bring Auburn all the way back to the 30-yard line.
Yeah, Myers not making the greatest decision there, trying to cut it back up. At that point, you just got to take your medicine, throw it out of bounds.
Yeah, the ref's still meeting here. See what the call is. Looks like it's going to be Auburn moving back up. Yeah, it's an unnecessary roughness penalty on Enterprise and another drive killer. I mean, you see that it just really hurts Enterprise, and obviously you can see on this replay that Myers drops back, and like I said right there, just a little bit too rough at the end, and you know that really cost you if you look at this right here. I mean, like say Auburn's to go on and win the game, that can cost you at the end of the game. You look back.
Most definitely.
So it's actually going to still be 2nd and 10. It looks like they brought Auburn back up to the original spot.
Miscommunication for Myers here.
Yeah, Myers trying to.
It looks like the ref.
Yeah, refs possibly doing something here really quick. Just waiting on, I guess, their signal to snap the ball. Yeah, it looks like it should be a first down since the, since that was a penalty. I would think they would reset the chains, but I guess that's what they're waiting on maybe. It actually says 3rd down according to the chain guy there. Hampton Jordan in motion. Myers going to drop back. Enterprise bringing the pressure. And it's caught by Antonio Welch, and he's going to come up a little bit short of the first down marker there. But Welch is about, I say, 3 or 4 yards short there. So
yeah, great job by Myers here. Feels the pressure, gets the ball out quick. Really athletic play for Myers, and great catch by Antonio Welch.
You know, Welch wasn't able to come up with the one earlier, but able to come up with this one. So it looks like the field goal unit is going to trot out on the field. So it was a 3rd down, but the Tigers weren't able to pick up the first down. So looks like Auburn going to be faced with a field goal.
Yeah, field goal unit who really struggled last week. Hopefully to bounce back this week, nail this one.
And Daniel's hopefully going to make this one after missing 3 last week. And is up, and that kick is good. Joseph Daniel puts it up and through, and the Tigers are up 3-0 against the Enterprise Wildcats. And James, what did you like from that Auburn offensive drive?
Yeah, I really liked the drive. I loved how we were passing early, giving the ball to Casey Myers, let him drop back in the pocket and just really show off his talent, his athletic ability. Needs still finish drives, but maybe next time just run the ball a little more. I don't know. We'll see from the Auburn Tigers offense.
And we're going to take a live look in here. You can see Some of the 7A games have started already.
Yeah, the Hewitt-Trussville Hoover game is the one I'm looking out for here. Big region matchup. Hewitt-Trussville undefeated. A Hoover team who's trying to battle back.
Yeah, in my opinion, mine I'm looking at is Dothan and Central. Big region matchup. Dothan coming off that big win last week against Enterprise, and Central obviously coming in there 3-0. Always good in 7A, Central is, and yeah, that should be a pretty good game for this 7A on Friday night.
Definitely.
And Daniel going to kick this one away here. And that is going to sail to the back of the end zone. Be another touchback. That's 2 touchbacks today for Daniel.
He's got the leg.
Yeah, I was really good to see. I was really glad to see him get his confidence back after missing those kicks last week in the Opelika game. Actually, 2 were blocked, but still missed kicks on the stat sheet. But yeah, good to see him get his confidence back.
Yeah, good to see the special teams unit is on the same page now.
So now the Auburn defense trots back out there after a pretty good drive, I'd say, last time out. Auburn was able to hold Enterprise, so we'll see what the Tigers defense has in store for him this drive. Reese in the backfield, man in motion. Got to hand it off to Reese, and Reese is going to pick up. It looks like he's going to actually lose a yard there. Brought down by B.J. McGee. B.J. McGee, one of the star players of last week's matchup against Opelika, had an interception late in that Opelika game.
Yeah, one of the leaders on this Tigers defense, a veteran lockdown corner.
Now, Enterprise faced with a 2nd and long here. Burkhart's going to throw this one. Going to find a man on the outside and almost picks up the first down there. That's Will Fault again. And we've seen that twice already. Will Fault's been able to come up with a quick screen pass and be able to pick up 3 or 4 yards.
Yeah, Burkhart just continuing to get the ball out quick. Just really trying to build up his confidence, maybe take a deep shot later this drive.
Yeah, that time Fault was able to pick up about 10 yards there. So Enterprise faced with a 3rd and short in their own territory. See Burkhart motioning a Reese to the other side. Puts a man in motion. It's a fumble on the snap, and Burkhart's going to go all the way back to the 10-yard line. And he's going to be possibly brought down here. The Tigers can't get him. Yeah. And it's Colin King with the sack. Finally brought Burkhart down at the 10-yard line. And some miscommunication brings Enterprise all the way back deep in their own territory.
Yeah, early miscues have been the story of this game so far. Enterprise couldn't get the snap off, and down goes Burkhart back in the Tigers' territory.
Yeah, huge sack from Colin King there. Looks like actually about the 11-yard line. So Enterprise going to be faced to punt this one again. So another just miscommunication we see on Enterprise's drive, and rugby-style punter for Enterprise coming up now. A high snap again, but he's going to be able to boot this one away, and it looks like that. I hope that's not a flag, but it could possibly be a flag here as the kicker for Enterprise did go down. Let's see if the refs maybe give it a signal. No, it looks like no signal. Because I saw late at the end of the play there, you saw he got laid out at the end. So I was hoping that nobody was injured.
Yeah, out comes this Auburn offense, hoping to finish off better than last drive. Starting basically in the red zone, so hoping to finish it off here. Casey Myers, Jaden King back there. See what the Tigers can do.
Now Casey Myers going to be handing the ball off here to King, and King's going to pick up a few yards there, maybe the first down, but Auburn in Enterprise territory, deep in Enterprise territory now, actually in the red zone. So yeah, see on this replay here.
Yeah, big hole just opened up. Jaden King shot through it. Got a good couple of yards. Great block there from Big Tucker Aubin.
Yeah, Tucker Aubin, senior leader on this Auburn offensive line. And there's been questions looming about this offensive line for Auburn, but they seem to pick up a little bit of momentum over the past few weeks.
Yeah, really just grown into this offense. Picked up a lot of slack and just been able to improve.
Gonna hand it off to King again. Picks up a few more yards there for the Tigers. So Auburn slowly progressing towards the end zone now with 4:30 left in this first quarter. Now Cash Reef gonna come into the game.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of runs from Auburn here. An Enterprise team who gave up 483 yards on the ground last week against Dothan. I think we really try to exploit that, just run it down their throats.
Yeah, and you actually said that in the pregame show too. You were like, you need to see Auburn run the ball more.
Yep.
Now Myers going to run it himself up the middle, and Myers going to find a hole, and he's going to score! Auburn in for the score. Casey Myers runs it in for 6.
Yeah, Casey Myers is showing off his athletic ability with his legs, you know. Looks like maybe a little design run here. Myers taking the snap, big hole. Outruns the linebackers. 6 points for the Auburn Tigers.
Yeah, Auburn getting that momentum back. You know, we saw they struggled the past few weeks, but that Opelika game I really feel like got a momentum. Now Auburn on the board again, up 9 now. Hopefully make it 10. Joseph Daniel possibly put it in for the PAT. And the extra point is up and through, and Daniels kicks it up there, and it's 10-0 now for Auburn, and a great offensive drive for the Tigers. And James, what did you like from the Tigers on that offensive drive?
Yeah, you know, I really love the run game. I know we didn't see a pass at all. Really just using the run game well.
Now we're going to take another live look in here. Looks like that Vestavia Hills and Hillcrest game looks pretty interesting right now. Vestavia Hills up 14-0. You see Russell County up on Percy Julian, and then, yeah, looks like Hewitt Trustful up against Hoover now. Huge touchdown pass for Hewitt. And Hewitt is 3-0 coming in that game, and you know, Hoover trying to gain some momentum back after dropping 1 to IMG first week.
Yeah, 2 really solid programs.
Now Joseph Daniel kicks this one to the back of the end zone again. Another touchback for the Tigers. That's the 3rd touchback of the night for Auburn. So now we're going to see the Auburn defense trot back out on the field again.
Yeah, out comes Mason Burkhart for Enterprise. You know, definitely keep wanting to dial up some of those little screen passes, get his momentum going, get his arm going. Haven't really seen much out of him yet, but maybe this drive will be different.
Yeah, you know, that missed snap, or that bad snap last time ruined Enterprise's drive, so we'll get to see what happens here, but looks like Burkhart's going to throw it, and it is going to be caught again by Cook.
Pass complete to number 17, Braden Cook.
Yeah, Cook's come up with a few catches tonight already for the Wildcats.
Yeah, Burkhart literally looked like it was a little bit of a low throw, but great catch by Cook.
Yeah, no running back in the backfield for the Wildcats. Burkhart's going to draw back and throw this one. Looks like he's going to actually try to run out of the pocket, but his own offensive lineman got in the way. And looks like helmet possibly came off there.
Oh, Burkhart hurt. Big hit, big hit. I think it was Greg Williams with the big old hit.
Let's see here on the replay. Yeah, Greg Williams. Great tackle there.
Yeah, Burkhart seeing attention right now.
Yeah, looks like going to be a quick injury timeout. But yeah, so far Enterprise hasn't really moved the ball downfield, but we're going to take a quick break for the injury timeout, but when we come back, some more Auburn Tiger football. And we are back in Duck Sanford Stadium after that quick injury timeout. Burkhart was seeing attention, and it looks like a new quarterback coming in for the Wildcats now.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Mac Houston, the sophomore. 6 foot, 165, athletic kid.
Yeah, hopefully Burkhart gets healthy and possibly is able to come back in this game. And be handed off, and Tigers defense just immediately there to stop him.
Yeah, great job there by Aiden Parker, just reading the eyes of the quarterback. So he gave it to Knowles and just shot up the gap. Got the tackle.
And now it looks like the special teams coming out for the Wildcats. And you know, Mac Houston, like you said, Only a sophomore, so he's going to get some pretty good reps here early on in this game. Yeah, good snap there actually on the punt, and it's going to be booted a little bit short. Looks like it's going to sail out of bounds at about the 45-yard line again. So Auburn going to get the ball again in great starting field position. And James, what did you like from the Tigers defense last drive?
Yeah, like I said, the run game. I really loved the run game. I think we continue to build off that. We haven't seen much of the run game early in this season, but if we really can get that going, unstoppable offense.
And hopefully the Tigers can get some more momentum by possibly scoring here on this drive.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Jalen Huff early. Jaden King filling his role and doing a great job early.
Yeah. Hampton Jordan in motion. King going to get the handoff here. King going to find a few spaces in the middle and get a few yards there, possibly almost to the 40.
Yeah, King just a really elusive back, just dashing and darting in the backfield, finding the hole and just hitting it really quick.
You know, like we said, King trying to get adjusted to the new offense here as he just got starting reps this week in practice. So very interested to see what King can do tonight. Hampton Jordan in motion. 2nd down and 6. Myers going to draw back to throw here. He's going to find a man, but is incomplete. Pass intended for Antonio Welch, but could not come up with it. Tigers going to be faced with a 3rd and 6 here.
Yeah, another great defense play from Hayes Woodall, the leader on this team. Just really making a great pass breakup, and what was a great ball from Casey Myers.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty good passes tonight from Casey Myers.
Yeah, definitely settling in here at Auburn. We love to see it. Just growing with this team. Got the morale up, got the win last week. Just hoping to carry that forward.
And now Auburn faced with a 3rd and 6 here. No running back in the backfield for the Tigers. King in motion. Myers going to throw it to Askew again on another screen pass, and Askew looks like he possibly is going to pick up the 1st down here. Let's see the signal from the ref.
Close. Yeah, another just great quick pass from Myers getting it to their playmaker, Askew. A couple yards, we'll see if it's 1st down.
And great play there by the Tigers. This is 3rd time tonight we've seen the screen pass by Auburn. It looks like they will move the chains, so Askew able to pick up the 1st down on the screen pass. No running back in the backfield. Welch in motion. Looks like Enterprise jumps there.
And Gavin Whiteside just got a little too anxious on the motion. Myers with a good snap count. Got to draw offsides.
Yeah, and you can see Auburn already knew it as soon as the flag came out. They knew it was an offsides penalty, and good job by the Tigers' offensive line not to move at all. No running back in the backfield. Welch in motion, and it's going to be fumbled. Myers going to jump on top of it. Another
play for Myers to jump on the football there.
Another break there by the Tigers. I mean, we've seen that twice tonight. You know, Myers fumbled it in the backfield that 1st time, able to jump on it, and then 2nd time here, able to jump on it. But, you know, some miscommunication.
Yeah, Myers probably just trying to read one of the backers. Held on it too long and just fell right through his fingers.
So King in the backfield now. 2nd and 10. Myers going to hand this one off to King, but he is brought down right at the line of scrimmage, and Enterprise going to take him all the way back after the whistle blows.
Yeah, Walker Turner, the big linebacker there with a great read, wrapping up King for no gain.
You know, Walker Turner and Gavin Whiteside both coming up, but it looks like a flag comes in late here, so see what the ref's signal is. See the call here by the ref. Looks like an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on Enterprise, so I believe this should move Auburn up in 1st down range. And let's see at the end of this play here, but I didn't really see anything that, you know, really led to any unsportsmanlike conduct, but
yeah, you never know. It might have just been
words,
something.
Yeah. Looks like Auburn going to take the timeout. Want to hear the best sports talk show in the Southeast? Well, you can on Halftime Sports Talk Show every Wednesday at 5 p.m. on YouTube and Spotify. For a year now, Halftime Sports has talked about the best local and national sports talk. Check out the show wherever you stream your podcasts. Don't miss a second of the best live sports talk in the Southeast. Hey guys, don't forget to check out the Halftime Sports Talk Show hosted by me, Reese Kinder. We do national and local sports, so YouTube and Spotify. It's like Auburn going to trot back out on the field here. And, you know, like I said, that last drive, or the last penalty, I didn't really see any unsportsmanlike, but who knows? Maybe there was a little bit of jaw in there at the end, and the ref heard something he didn't like. So
yeah, just another costly mistake from Enterprise. I mean, just shooting themselves in the foot right now. Where Auburn was maybe stalled in their drive, just gets more momentum moving up into the red zone.
And now King in the backfield again. Looks like a little bit of stoppage here. A lot of confusion in this first quarter so far with the officials and in both the teams. And Myers patiently waiting there, trying to wonder what's going on here. Maybe Enterprise coach possibly arguing with something. Now Auburn up 10-0 here with 1 minute to go in the first quarter. So far, a pretty good showing from the Tigers back at home after 2 weeks break.
Yeah, you can definitely see the momentum carrying into this game. Starting out early, defense, big stops, some early miscues from Enterprise, setting us up in great territory. And Myers just capitalizing on those mistakes and running in for the big touchdown.
Well, now it looks like we're ready to play some football here as the ref signals. Now Myers got to pitch it to King, and King does not pick up a lot there. Brought down by Gavin Whiteside.
Yeah, great play from Whiteside. Just really being able to read the eyes of the quarterback. Here we see Myers taking the snap, giving a little pitch to King. Whiteside coming in there really fast, wrapping him up, bringing him down. Tackle.
And King in the backfield again here. And hand it off to King. King going to try to find a hole, but brought down again. This Wildcats defense is putting up some pretty good stops here late in this first quarter. Looks like helmet came off.
There wasn't really a hole there. Walker Turner was there early. Made sure King didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, the question is here, does Auburn wait to take it into the second quarter, or are they just going to draw up a quick play here to throw it to the end zone? Looks like Coach Etheridge says they're going to wait, and that is going to do it for the first quarter of Auburn and Enterprise. Auburn up 10-0. James, what did you like from that first quarter from the Tigers?
Man, I really loved everything. The Tigers started out early. We haven't seen that much this year. The defense, big stops, Enterprise miscues, and, really was able to capitalize on that. Got the 10-0 lead so far. Looking good.
And now we're going to take a quick live look in now. Some of our 7A games, some of our region games right now. Live look into Vestavia Hills. Almost a touchdown pass there for Vestavia.
Yeah, Vestavia just a really gritty team. Playing them a couple weeks ago, they got the best of us, but Vestavia really battling hard in this really tough region.
Yeah, Vestavia, like you said, they could possibly be a pretty good playoff team.
Yeah, the underdog story so far.
Now, Hewitt and Hoover, those one of the games on Countdown you said could possibly be the game you would want to look out for tonight, and also you said it tonight as well, that it was a pretty big game. And you can see Lee Scott currently down to Beulah right now. Yeah, Moody up against the Saints here, 14-0. And Auburn in pretty good field position here to start the second quarter, but they are going to be faced with a 3rd and long, so see what quarterback Casey Myers has in store to start the second quarter.
Yeah, look for Myers to target Joshua Askew and Cash Reef on your left side of your screen here. Big 3rd down targets.
It's like a little bit of movement there.
Yeah, big R.J. Davidson might have moved a little early.
So Auburn this looks like it's going to move back here. It's going to be a 3rd and 14 for the Tigers. Now Auburn faced with a long 3rd down here. King in the backfield. Myers going to draw back, throw this one deep. Man, wide open, but it's incomplete. Intended for Antonio Welch. Another drop for Antonio Welch tonight.
Yeah, Myers was presented with a lot of time. Drops back in the pocket. Welch moving, shifty wide receiver. Oh, just right through the hands.
Yeah, he thought he was going to throw it to Jalen Huff there. Jalen Huff rolled to the outside and thought it was going to be a wheel route, but could not find Antonio Welch downfield either.
Yeah, Welch usually our go-to wide receiver. Maybe a little bit of yips early.
So Joseph Daniel going to come out here and hopefully get another kick up. Made the kick in the first quarter.
I'd love to see this one go through.
And looks like it is no good. So Daniel's kicking miscues carry on into week 4 of the season for the Tigers, and Tigers come up empty on that drive.
Yeah, you know, from the left hash, a little bit of a tougher angle. You hate to see it for the kid, but, you know, maybe Etheridge from now on, maybe on our side of the field, maybe try to go for it.
Yeah. But Auburn's defense actually going to be set up pretty well here. They're going to be deep, or well, it looks like Enterprise also going to be in deep territory here. So Auburn's defense hopefully gets a big stop, force another punt.
Yeah, it looks like Mac Houston's going to try back out there. Hope Burkhart's doing well, maybe get back into this ball game soon.
And man in motion here for the Wildcats. And Houston's going to throw this one, going to find a man open, but he is brought down.
Man, Greg Williams, what a read.
And Greg Williams, I mean, just been insane. Been the talk of the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, you can see here, just read the quarterback's eyes so perfectly. Right as he threw it, great wrap-up tackle for the tackle of the loss. Yeah, Greg Williams just the leader and heart and soul of this defense.
Yeah, this Auburn defense, like we mentioned, has been very solid actually the past few weeks. Only, like we said, real miscue was the Vestavia Hills game, and gave it 42 points. But right now, this Tigers defense looking really poised right now out on the field. Houston going to drop back and throw this one. Tigers bringing the pressure here. Going to find a man open. And Tigers defense just brings him down. It's like Greg Williams again.
Man, he is just laying the hammer right now. You see number 3, Greg Williams, coming in hot. Boom! Big stick from Greg Williams there.
Yeah, Caleb Knowles there with the catch, but just not able to get anything really. Just 2 yards on that little pass. And Mac Houston going to try to get some magic going here on this 3rd and long for the Wildcats deep in their own territory.
Yeah, look for the target, big Braden Cook, wide receiver.
Oh, it is a fumble. Ball is down, but picked up by a Wildcats offensive lineman. He's going to run it, but he's going to be brought down by Tigers defenders, and just a huge stick there by B.J. McGee.
Yeah, B.J. McGee, the blitz right here, coming off the edge. No one touched him. Big hit. Great play from the Auburn defense.
This Auburn defense just going all over the place there. Greg Williams able to bring down Enterprise Wildcats offensive lineman Roshan Sellers.
Yeah, this defense just really been suffocating so far, not letting Enterprise get any yardage.
And now Enterprise faced with another punt again. This is the 4th punt tonight for the Wildcats.
Yeah, you see a little knuckle punt.
That's going to be called by Cash Reef. He's going to be able to return this one, and he's going to be out of bounds at about the 32-yard line. So Auburn going to have great field position actually here to start their next drive. Yeah, hopefully, Auburn's defense continues to look pretty good here in this game. And Auburn's offense, like we said, going to trot back out on the field after the missed field goal last drive, but hopefully going to gain some momentum by possibly scoring a touchdown.
Yeah, definitely picking up pace here. Going empty right here, looking to pass the ball early.
No running back in the backfield. Casey Myers going to draw back. He's going to roll out. He's going to throw this one, and he's going to find a man open. It is Jaden King with the catch.
Man, what a play from Kaysen. Guy in his face, able to still make a great throw. Jaden King's there. Hauling the first down catch, moves him into the red zone.
Yeah, sadly King went down, or I think he probably would have been able to, if he would have kept his feet in bounds, he probably would have been able to score. Myers going to throw a little screen pass here to Askew again. He's going to be brought down as SEA Wildcat defenders.
Yeah, Askew just so dynamic. You see here, just little jukes, good block from Cash Reef, just make a couple man's miss and get something out of nothing.
Yeah, we've seen a few of those screen passes tonight from Askew. That one picked up a lot. So Tigers 2nd and 5 here at the 10-yard line. Myers going to run up the middle. Myers going to find a hole, and Myers brought down. Gavin Whiteside again with a huge tackle.
Yeah, just a big hit there.
And Gavin Whiteside, we've heard his name a lot tonight. You know, been one of the great linebackers for this Wildcat team.
Yeah, really just an aggressive kid. Reads the offense really well and is able to make that big stop there.
Tigers faced with a 3rd and short here.
Yeah, gone empty this whole drive. I like what I'm seeing. Keith Etheridge.
Jason Myers going to draw back. He's going to run it up the middle, and he's going to be brought down. Does not look like he's going to pick up the first down there, so we'll see if the field goal unit comes out or Keith Etheridge decides to keep the offense on the field.
Yeah, Landon Creech, the senior, was able to read Kaysen really well, come down with the big tackle.
Looks like the offense possibly staying out on the field here on 4th and 2.
Yeah, I think in this situation, after the missed field goal, I think you kind of have to go for this one.
So the Tigers offense going to stay on the field. Be very interested to see what Keith Etheridge has drawn up here. And Myers going to run it right up the middle, and let's see if he picks up the first down there. Trenton Pritchett with the extra push might have got him over the line. Looks like the ref marking him. Let's see where this spots him. But yeah, Myers with a great design run up the middle. And you see big Trenton Pritchett, the Troy commit there, pushing him over that line. And Auburn going to get a 1st and goal here. So good job by the Tigers offensive line to make some holes and get Kaysen Myers first down. Kind of hand it off here. And he is brought down. Caleb Thomas brought down there in the backfield, but Tigers still get a few more opportunities to possibly score here. So hopefully Kaysen Myers can continue to draw some things up and possibly get in the end zone.
Yeah, we call Walker Turner's number again. You know, just darted back there in the backfield and was able to get the tackle for a loss.
And you can see a live look in here to Dothan and Central.
Yeah, strong Central team showing it. 35-7 only in the 2nd quarter.
Tigers now faced with a 2nd and goal from the 5, Huff in the backfield. Myers going to roll out. He's going to find a man wide open, and it is Antonio Welch. Let's see what the call is here. I wonder if the rest is going to say incomplete or touchdown. Looks like it's going to be it's a little bit of confusion here. Looks like the ref possibly says incomplete, and yeah, it is going to be incomplete. So Antonio Welch, ball just thrown a little too low here. Let's see on the replay.
Yeah, Myers just threw it a little bit behind him, a little low, had pressure in his face. Welch forced to make a really hard catch. I think he might have caught it with the ground there.
Yeah, that ball looks like it hit the ground. So yeah, another missed opportunity for the Tigers to come up with a score, but third and goal here for Auburn. And King in the backfield again here.
Yeah, this situation, look for Castry, big number 4, big red zone target.
Myers going to throw this one to Cash Reef, and he's going to be brought down. Huge hit there by the Wildcats. Number 1, Brack Sawyer with the hit.
Yeah, it swarmed, read it like a book, was able to stop the Tigers offense.
And now it looks like the special teams unit going to trot back out there. Joseph Daniel, came up with the missed field goal last drive. Let's see if he gets his momentum back by making this chip shot field goal here.
Yeah, he's a little shorter, right hash. Hopefully we sink this one.
The snap, the hold, kick is up, and it is, see the signal here, it is through. So Joseph Daniel gets the Tigers up 13-0. And James, this drive here for the Tigers, what did you like from that drive?
Yeah, I really loved how we went empty a lot, really aggressive, lots of pass plays. We should have we really should have exclamation point on that drive. Really, you wish it was a score, but get away with 3, and that's all we need right now. Keep this momentum going.
Yeah, Enterprise down 13-0 here. Not out of it yet, but I'll be interested to see what happens here.
Back deep for the Wildcats, number 3, Will Fault. And number 5, Kenyon Kilo.
So now Joseph Daniel going to take this one away here for the Tigers. Had a few touchbacks already tonight, so let's see if we're going to get another one. And the kick is away. And that one's just going to sail to the back of the end zone. So so it looks like the Wildcats now going to get starting field position at the 20-yard line. So now Auburn's defense going to trot back out there again. Auburn's defense tonight so far been pretty stellar. And James, what have you seen from the Tigers defense?
Yeah, really aggressive on all sides of the football, really. Just attacking wherever the ball is, hitting the holes, just not holding back, really. Some of these hits, I mean, you saw the one on Mason Burkhart, just a big hit. Greg Williams just laying the wood right now and just doing a really good job on this Auburn defense.
And Greg Williams, the North Alabama commit, has been really good tonight for the Tigers.
Mac Houston's still out there.
Yeah, alone in the backfield, man in motion. He's going to hand it off. He's going to get to the outside. It looks like a flag comes in there.
Yeah, speedy Kenyon Kilo on the little jet sweep action.
Yeah, we've heard his name a few times tonight.
Kilo in motion, just beats out the edge and gets a couple of yards. Looks like they could have holding face mask.
Possibly, I don't know if that's possibly a horse collar, but we'll see. It could have been a holding.
Holding.
See what the ref signal is here. It's going to be a holding call here for the Wildcats, so it's going to move them back again. Another penalty just kills the Wildcats' drive so far.
Yeah, you see right here, Alex Gamston getting held. Welling his arms out. You get the call every time.
And Cates Blackman, the tight end there, senior on this team.
Yeah, again, just miscues from Enterprise. I mean, not doing themselves any favors, making it difficult. Just looking for some positive yards here on 1st and 20.
Yeah, and we saw that from that Booker team that came down week 1 from Florida. You know, we saw they had a lot of miscues, in that game, and it really hurt. Fumble trouble with the snap there. It's actually fumbled on the ground, but looks like Wildcats are able to jump on it. You saw trouble with the snap by Mac Houston, and I wonder if the nerves are getting to him.
Yeah.
You saw Reese
kind of bearing down on him there. Just wasn't able to hold on to that football.
Yeah, Reese was not able to. He was lucky you jumped on it there, else that would have been Auburn's ball. In great field position, too. Looks like the ref's talking about something here. Another little bit of confusion. It looks like there was a penalty, but it was declined.
Yeah, I really love what I'm seeing out of Scott Goolsby's defense so far. Really just pressuring the quarterback at all times. Seen a couple blitzes, so really good job making this quarterback feel a little flustered.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've seen the past few years, like, Scott Goolsby's defense has just been great. I mean, he's always had great defenses.
Yeah, you can always count on the defense just to be really hard-nosed and play really tough.
And now the Wildcats going to be basically almost in their end zone here at the 5-yard line. It's a high snap, going to be pitched off to Reese. And Reese going to try to pick up a lot of yards there, and he bulldozes Cortez Cooks.
Yeah, great little run. Just wasn't enough to get the first down.
Yeah, it's going to move the Wildcats in great field position here. Got their own 20, but hopefully they got back to the line of scrimmage, so let's see if the Wildcats are able to move the ball past those chains and reset.
Yeah, Coach Blackman may be looking to get a little aggressive here. Maybe a deep ball.
Yeah, Mac Houston still in at quarterback, and Reese in the backfield again. Houston going to drop back. He's going to try to find a man open. He's going to throw this one, and it's almost intercepted by Isaac Benford, but that is incomplete.
Yeah, just an overthrow there. Put a little too much heat on it. Brandon Cook was the intended receiver. Pressure in his face.
Yeah, Elijah Reynolds with the pressure there. So it looks like with the Wildcats are going to be forced to punt this one again. Actually, it looks like it's going to be a penalty here, so it's going to move the Wildcats past the chain, so they're going to get to reset here, and it's going to be a first down.
Yeah, not a great look from the Auburn defense, and what was a stalled drive turns to do a first down for the Enterprise Wildcats.
Reese in the backfield again. He's going to get it handed off to, and Reese going to roll out. He's going to find an open field, and Reese is down the field to the 40, to the 30, to the 20, to the 10, to the end zone. The Wildcats are on the board. Reese with the touchdown. Huge touchdown for the Wildcats to get momentum back.
Yeah, what a great run from Jarrell Reese. Really just dusting every Auburn defender. See, a little outside here. Hits the hole. Nothing but green grass ahead of him.
Yeah, and you might have thought B.J. McGee or Isaac Benford possibly could have caught him. They're really fast, but Jarrell Reese just able to get that touchdown. And huge momentum for this Wildcats team.
Yeah, just what they needed when they thought maybe going into halftime with no points, but big momentum shift for the Enterprise Wildcats. 64-yard rush for Jarrell Reese.
And now Segura Rocha going to try for the extra point. And it is up and through. Segura Rocha, he's 1 for 1 on extra points tonight. So the Wildcats getting back in this game a little bit. And James, what did you like from Enterprise's drive there?
Yeah, you know, Mason Burkhart going down early wasn't great for them, but, you know, they were able to throw some stuff together. Jarrell Reese, just big spark plug that the Enterprise Wildcats needed. Able to go 64 yards to the house, and now 7-13 ball game. Getting a little more interesting.
Yeah, now we're going to take a live look into the Central Red Devils and Dothan. Actually going to take it to Hewitt and Hoover now. See, this game's pretty close here in the second quarter. We're now going to go to Russell County and Percy Julian. 19-0 right now. Russell County's up. Looks like the Wildcats going to boot this one away here. Short kick. Going to be returnable for the Tigers. Looks like King's going to be able to return this one, but brought down just short of the 25-yard line. So Auburn going to get, this is probably the worst starting field position they've had all day. But yeah, let's see what Casey Myers can do. And James, what are you looking for in this drive for Auburn on offense?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I really like the run game from Auburn. I think if we can establish that, we got 3 minutes to go, so might have to hurry it up a little bit, but I didn't really like the empty last drive being in the red zone, stalled drive, but let's keep this momentum going, go get 6 before the half.
As Myers trots back out there. See Hampton Jordan, the big tight end out there. Jordan in motion. King in the backfield. And King's going to get the handoff there. King's going to find a hole, but pick up a few yards. So we've seen that a lot tonight, you know, utilizing Jaden King. He's been able to pick up, you know, little chunks of yardage and been able to find some open holes.
Yeah, I really like that, you know, just slowing down the pace of play, keeping the momentum towards Auburn. Just those little chunk plays can add up and really just tire out this Enterprise defense.
And you see Hampton Jordan in there again. Jordan in motion. You see King in the backfield as well. Myers going to throw this one to Cash Reef. Cash Reef going to cut up field to the 40, to the almost to the 50-yard line. It looks like he's out of bounds at about the 50, but good catch there and run by Cash Reef.
Yeah, I love that out of Kaysen. Read it really well. Got the ball out of his hands quick. Run after the catch for Cash Reef. Made a man miss. Great play from the Auburn Tigers.
Yeah, see where they'll spot the ball. Looked like he was out. It looks like they marked him out about short of the 50, at the 48-yard line of the Tigers. But it is going to be first down. Myers going to run this one up the middle, going to make a man miss. And he's going to get, looks like a few yards there, maybe 4 or 5.
Great run from Casey Myers, showing off.
I know, we've seen that a few times tonight. You've seen Casey Myers do design runs right up the middle, and I feel like that's what he's really good at too. He can run the ball and pass the ball, just both sides, both options.
Yeah, really just the definition of dual threat.
Yeah.
Like to see slowing down, Pace play, taking it to 2 minutes maybe after this play.
And going to be a 2nd and 4 here for the Tigers, and Myers going to try to find a man open. He's got a man almost. Let's see if they did mark it a catch.
Yeah, B.J. Collins with a great catch. Kind of the same play that Randy Castreeve, just different receiver this time. Love those little short passes to keep Casey Myers' confidence up.
Yeah, it looks like Levi Kelly coming in the game now. Gonna hand this one. It looks like he's gonna actually take it himself, and Myers gonna pick up a few yards there. Tried to fake the handoff.
Yeah, you love that out of Myers, just reading the eyes of the defense. If the edge collapses with the running back, take off, get a couple yards.
You see Levi Kelly staying in the game here, so it's gonna be 2nd and 7 for the Tigers. Myers gonna draw back, feels pressure, he's gonna throw this one. It's gonna be caught by Levi Kelly. Levi Kelly breaks a few tackles, he keeps missing. And there it is to the 25-yard line. Levi Kelly with a great catch.
Yeah, great ball by Myers. Pocket kind of collapsing. Great catch from Levi Kelly, able to get some yards after the catch. The Tigers are moving down the field.
So first down, Tigers get to reset the chains. Looks like Enterprise going to take a quick timeout, and we are as well going to take a quick timeout. But don't go away, folks, because when we come back, Auburn going to try to get another score and get up on the board. We're back, man in motion now, Jaden King. Casey Myers takes that himself, actually. Another fake handoff for Casey Myers, but he's brought down.
Yeah, great play there from Brady Wadsworth, you know, just really getting back in the backfield early. Casey Myers had nowhere to go. Brought down Myers for tackle for a loss.
And now Tigers faced with a 2nd and long here. Getting down towards halftime now, but Casey Myers going to draw back, throw this one. He's going to try to find a man wide open, and it is Joshua Askew with the touchdown. Another touchdown from Joshua Askew. We saw that happen in week 1 against Booker. Casey Myers is able to find his connection again.
Yeah, you love Myers dialing up the deep ball to his big play threat. Joshua Askew sat in the pocket. Great throw. Touchdown, Auburn.
Yeah, Joshua Askew with a huge touchdown there. And like we said, fastest man for Auburn in that receiving corps, and that was a 29-yard touchdown from the Auburn Tigers. So now Daniel going to try to kick this extra point, put the Tigers up more. Put them up 2 scores here. And it is up and through. Daniel so far tonight, 2 for 2, actually 3 for 3 with his kicks.
Yeah, I really loved what I saw out of the Auburn offense there. That was my favorite drive so far. Really just established the run game well. Also threw in some passes there. And, of course, the 29-yard touchdown to Joshua Askew just to take this lead into half.
And now looks like Daniel's going to kick this one away once this kicking team comes trotting out. So there's only 39 seconds left till halftime. And, James, what have you liked in the first half so far?
I've really loved how Casey Myers has played, man. I mean, he's done it all. He's run for one. He's passed for one. Also, this defense just ramping it up, you know. Big hits from Greg Williams, big hits from B.J. McGee, you know, getting back there for the sack. Really everything from this Auburn Tigers team, you know, hitting on all cylinders right now.
And, you know, the only thing I would say about Daniels is he missed that one kick, one field goal early in the game, but so far has been able to get his momentum back after missing those. Daniels going to kick this one away. Another touchback for Daniels. I mean, just a great kick so far by him on kickoff. Take a live look in here to Vestavia and Hillcrest. See, Vestavia's up 27-10 right now. Looks like they actually just scored, so.
Yeah, this would be a big win for the Vestavia football team.
And Auburn defense trots back out there now. We'll see. I'll be interested to see what Enterprise does. Wonder if they'll take it to the half or they'll just run it. And it looks like they're just going to take it to the half here as Mac Houston just kneels that one down. And you can see both teams go into the locker room. But yeah, I mean, so far it's been, it looks like some jawing actually between Enterprise and Auburn. I don't know if that's possibly something to do with Coach Etheridge or Coach Blackman, but looked like a little bit of jawing there at the end of the half. But yeah, both teams going to head to the locker room after Enterprise kneels it. And James, like we said, that first half looked pretty good from the Tigers. But don't go away, folks, because we will be back to recap the first half, and we'll be back also to start the second half.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Superintendent Dr. Zell Thomas, Principal Stan Sauls, and Enterprise High School, we proudly present the Big Blue Marching Band. The band is under the field direction of drum majors Brewer Box, Kaylin Whitgard, and Braden Willett. Tonight, the band will be performing their 2025 halftime show, which features the music from Rent the Musical, Huey Lewis and the News, The Emotions, Natalie Cole, Rihanna, and the B-52s.
Here's my card. Here's my card. I'm the safety coordinator. Here's my card.
Performing their 2025 show, Fall in Love, the Enterprise High School Big Blue Marching Band.
What's it mean?
Acting Superintendent of Auburn City Schools, Dr. Gregory Moore, Principal of Auburn High School, and Director of Bands, Miss Deanna Marshall, we present the Auburn High School Marching Band. Tonight, we invite you to take a look at our 2025 production, Up in the Air. The band is under the field direction of drum majors Emma Stackhouse, Avery Moore, Isaiah Nash, and Trey Doyle. Drum majors, is the band ready? Ladies and gentlemen, the Auburn High School Marching Band. Sean Geiger, Joshua Wine, and Kim Chenier. Visual instructor is Gregory Stringer. Auxiliary instructors are Emma Baders, Michelle Bloom, and Megan Breer. Percussion tech staff are Corbin Williams, Eric Moore, and Josh Berg. The Auburn High School Marching Band wants to continue to encourage you to visit our concession stands this evening, run by the Auburn Band Boosters Association. All proceeds from the concession stands directly support the band programs at East Sanford School, Auburn Junior High, and Auburn High School. Speaking of the future, we want to welcome our special guests at this evening's game, the band students of Auburn Junior High School.
What do they have? Anybody's what they're doing that
for the Wildcats, number 95, Gavin Boatwright.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to some second half action between the Auburn High Tigers and the Enterprise Wildcats. James, obviously Auburn scored 20 points in the first half. And what did you like from the Auburn Tigers in that first half?
Just controlled that first half, whether it was the defense or the offense. Finishing that last drive with the touchdown was huge. Hoping to carry that momentum as BJ Collins taking his return out.
Yeah, you can see he's going to run to the outside there, and he's going to be brought down.
On return for the Tigers, number 1, BJ Collins.
Huge run back there for the Tigers. Gets it almost to the 40-yard line, so going to get to see Auburn's offense again. And, James, we mentioned Auburn scored 20 points in the first half. And what are you looking for to start the second half?
Yeah, Casey Myers, he's controlled this game really well. No turnovers so far. Running and a passing touchdown. Really has just been really efficient in the passing game. Not many incompletions. Jaden King really running well, hitting the holes. So hope to carry that into this half.
And you see Jaden King in the backfield again. Myers going to pitch this one to King. King going to try to find a hole. He gets a few yards there.
Yeah, great pitch from Kaysen, and King, just that explosive run, just really quick. Darts for a couple yards, and 2nd and 4 for the Tigers.
Yeah, this Tigers run game tonight's looked a lot better than they have in the past few weeks, but be interested to see what they can do in the second half.
Yeah, getting into this region play, you really got to get that run game going, and it's really, really encouraging to see from that Auburn Tigers team.
You see Levi Kelly at the bottom of your screen coming in the game. King in motion. Myers going to roll out. He can't find anybody open. It is almost intercepted. It's Kadarian Patterson, the freshman, actually, almost came up with the interception.
Yeah, I don't really know what Myers was doing there, really. I mean, he had pressure in his face. If you're going to throw the ball out of bounds, make sure it's out of bounds. Almost a really costly mistake there from Myers early.
Yeah, trying to get it. Looked like he was trying to get it to his receiver there, but just couldn't find anybody open. You saw Levi Kelly was the receiver, but just not able to find him. King in the backfield. Myers going to drop back to throw here. Myers finds a man open. It's BJ Collins, and BJ Collins looks like he's just short of the first down marker there. Let's see where the referee marks him.
Yeah, great job by the O-line, letting Myers sit in the pocket, deliver a strike to BJ Collins. A little short for the first down, but great play.
Yeah, it looks like he's possibly out of bounds there. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a 4th and short here for the Tigers. Be interested to see what Coach Etheridge does on this 4th down and 1.
Yeah, I would think he puts the ball in Casey Myers' hands. Maybe a little run up the middle like we've seen so far.
Yeah, let's see what's going on here. It looks like 4 receivers, actually. Jaden King going to line up at receiver, possibly. Actually, 5 out there.
Yeah, I'd like to see Casey just run up the gut here.
Actually, Myers going to throw this one here. Going to pick up the first down. Caught by Joshua Askew.
We've seen that a lot tonight. Myers taking the snap, quick read, sees Askew's open, delivers a strike, first down Tigers.
Yeah, Auburn gets moving again, moving those chains to start this second half. And Myers alone in the backfield once again here. Jaden King lined up at receiver, and we have seen King so far tonight. He's been able to catch the ball a little bit, so be interested to see if maybe run a deep route or something with Jaden King.
Yeah, he's kind of a do-it-all athlete, just plug-and-play kind of player.
Now Myers going to draw back. He's going to punt fake there. He's going to throw it. Looks like Levi Kelly was the intended target, but could not come up with it. And Kelly wanted the flag there, but great defense by the Wildcats.
Looks like the ball was just a little behind him. Myers, you want to throw it right into his hands there, but good defense from the Enterprise Wildcats. Deflecting that pass.
Yeah, 3 receivers to the bottom of your screen here. I'm going to hand it off to King. King going to find a hole up the middle. Almost broke through there, but Wildcats were able to stop him. That was Whiteside again. Whiteside has been all over the place tonight.
Yeah, King doing a really good job just waiting in the backfield, waiting for that hole to open and just hitting it, getting a couple yards out of it.
And now you see King in the backfield again on this 3rd and 6 here for the Tigers. Welch in motion. Looks like Wildcats almost jumped there, but no call from the official. Interesting to see what the Tigers have drawn up here on this 3rd and 6. Myers going to draw back to throw. Wildcats bring pressure. Finds a man wide open. Joshua Askew breaks a tackle, and Askew's going to cut up, and he's going to get a first down. Askew moving the chains.
Call his name again, number 7, Joshua Askew, just a big playmaker, speedy guy, and boom!
Right
Takes the
there,
big hit,
tackle.
able to get off of it. First down Tigers again, moving.
And Tigers getting into great field position now. Myers going to have a low snap there, hand off to King. King's going to gain a couple yards there. Like we said, King's just been that efficient running back the Tigers needed to see. Just getting 3 or 4 yards each carry.
Yeah, it definitely helps to slow the pace of play down. Last week the defense kind of tired, was on the field a lot. This is great to see the Auburn Tigers.
Myers going to draw back and throw this one. Going to find a man, but it's almost caught by Joshua Askew.
Yeah, just a little high. Not the best placement there for Myers. Haven't seen that much tonight, though. Been really efficient in the passing game.
Yeah, Myers, it all starts like last week. He was able to get his momentum back after not having such a good game against Vestavia Hills, but against Opelika last week, was able to get some momentum back with, actually caught a touchdown pass last week against Opelika. And he threw for one as well. Myers going to drop back here. Feels the pressure. He's going to throw this one deep, and that's just going to be way out of range. Joshua Askew looking for the flag, but it's like no call from the official here. Actually, wasn't a call from the official, so possibly a holding call here.
Yeah, it looks like Silas Johnson is getting a little too handsy with Joshua Askew. Holding on defense.
That's just, you can see right here.
Yeah, Silas Johnson right here on Askew just tugs on him a little bit, slowing him down. It's going to get the call every single time.
And so Auburn going to get to move the chains up again, keep moving that ball forward.
Yeah, just cost mistake for Enterprise. You thought you had him there.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot tonight too. Like Enterprise just cost themselves by getting penalties.
Yeah, it's pretty deflating.
Now Jordan in motion, King in the backfield, Welch also in motion, and Myers going to roll out here. Myers can't find anybody. He's just going to run it for a few yards there.
Yeah, good job by Myers, just taking his medicine. Nope, went through his whole progression. Nobody was open.
The Tigers here with the 2nd and long again. Still in pretty good field position though. Cash Reef moved in motion. Looks like the Wildcats possibly jumped.
Second time this drive, they blew the whistle.
Yeah, I guess the officials need some more evidence there to see if anybody jumps off sides, but it looked like they definitely did jump off sides. 2nd and 8 here for the Tigers. Gonna hand it off to King. King's gonna roll out to the outside there, and King's gonna pick up a few yards, possibly the first down, but it looks like a flag in the backfield. Possibly a holding call. Yeah, it looks like the Tigers going to move it back, so it looks like it will be a holding call on the Tigers. Let's see the replay here.
Yeah, looks like R.J. Davidson got a little too high up in the hands, towards the face. Yields the call, pushes off the back.
Pushes them way back there, yeah. That's going to be a 10-yard penalty. Yeah, about a 2nd and 18 for the Tigers. That moves them way out of field goal range now. And Tigers going to have to gain a few more yards to get back in there. But Auburn's still maintaining the lead here in the 3rd quarter, 20-7. Trying to draw up some more to possibly increase their lead to a 3-score lead.
Yeah, Auburn really just slowing the pace of play down early, just chewing a bunch of clock, keeping the defense well rested.
And Myers going to throw this one here. Going to find a man wide open. It's Cash Reef, and Cash Reef picks up a bunch of yards there. Looks like he's out of bounds at about the 20-yard line.
Yeah, another. We see it again. Casey Myers, just quick pass. Cash Reef comes in, yards after the catch. Love to see it for the Auburn Tigers.
So now Auburn 3rd and 7. So Auburn did get back in field goal range, it looks like here and now. Levi Kelly coming in.
Yeah, top of your screen here, Cash Reef, Josh Askew. They're the go-to guys for Casey Myers. Watch out for them.
Yeah, Jaden King in the backfield now. Myers going to draw back, throw, feels the pressure, and throw this one to King. King makes a move. And King's going to go and field to the 10-yard line, still going. And he's finally brought down just past the 10-yard line.
My goodness, Jaden King. I mean, making one man miss and another. Woo! Put him on skates there. First down Tigers, moving in the red zone.
Gets down about the 9-yard line now, so Tigers in business, possibly going to go up 27-7 here if they can get in the end zone. Looks like Jalen Huff coming in, also Hampton Jordan.
Giving Jaden King a breather. Really been carrying us this whole drive.
And Jalen Huff in the backfield. Jordan in motion. Now Myers going to hand it off to Huff. Huff up the middle. Looks like stoppage of play here, possible penalty. A little bit of confusion here. Yeah, flag in the backfield.
Delay a game on the Tigers.
And there was a flag in the backfield. Looks like it's going to move the ball back a little bit here. So flag on the Tigers. Possible, looks like maybe a delay a game happened there. And you see those two weapons there at the top of your screen, Josh Waskew and Antonio Welch. Jordan in motion. Myers going to hand this one off to Huff here. Huff going to roll to the outside. Huff going to break a little hole there and get a few yards.
Yeah, Jalen Huff, just big running back, able to shed some defenders. Good run there from Jalen Huff.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, I want to give credit to the O-line tonight. The O-line's done a great job making holes for these running backs. You know, Jaden Huff and Jaden King both have just had some great runs tonight.
Yeah, you know, you heard the chatter early in the year, you know, not giving Myers or the running backs any protection, you know, but really stood up to the challenge tonight and giving both the running back and quarterback lots of time to make their decisions.
Welch in motion. Myers going to draw back. He's going to roll out here. Myers can't find anybody open. He's going to find a man, and it is incomplete. Incomplete pass there for the Tigers. Pass intended for B.J. Collins, but just couldn't find him. So now the Tigers going to be faced with a 3rd and 9 here.
Timeout, Auburn.
Looks like the Tigers take a quick timeout here.
Want to relive some of the best moments from Auburn High School's athletics and events? Check out HiDef's official Smug Mug page. From action shots under the Friday night lights to unforgettable memories on the big stage, HiDef photographers capture it all. Photos are available for purchase and make the perfect keepsake for students, families, and fans. Visit our Smug Mug page today and support Auburn High School's award-winning HiDef program.
You guys heard it there. Get your photos today on Smug Mug, you know. Any football players that want any photos, go get them. But yeah, James, you know, getting back into the game, you know, what have you liked from Auburn so far to start this second half?
Yeah, man, Jaden King getting the ball early. I mean, he's been such a playmaker, whether it's in the run game, pass game, he's done it all. I mean, this drive lasted 6 minutes to start out the second half. I mean, just draining this Enterprise defense. Hoping to finish this drive off, maybe even with a Jaden King touchdown to reward him.
Yeah, Jaden King, you see, is back out there. You know, we needed a breather really quick after making some incredible moves to get the Tigers in great field position. 3rd and 9 here for the Tigers. Myers going to drop back, feels the pressure. Can't find anybody open. He's going to go all the way back. He's going to throw it, and it's going to be caught by Hampton Jordan. Hampton Jordan comes down with it, but he's going to be brought down. Looks like about the 8-yard line. So Myers was able to complete that pass. Very dangerous because, you know, that could have been an interception if it was possibly tipped off Jordan or even just overthrown.
Yeah, my goodness. I can't imagine Coach Ethers would be very happy with Myers' decision there. I think at that point you got to take your medicine, but they made something out of nothing. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get the first down, but we'll see if Daniel will be able to execute this kick.
Yeah, field goal unit coming back out there again. So far, Daniel 1 for 2 tonight on field goals. So see if he can make it 2 for 3.
Over Cooper Bailey.
And Daniel's kick is up and through. So the Tigers extend their lead 23-7 here late in the 3rd quarter. So we'll get to see Enterprise come back out here shortly. But James, you know, we mentioned that Auburn was able to, you know, use a lot of time off the clock to go down and get those 3 points, and that's really good, really efficient coaching there by Coach Keith Etheridge.
Yeah, man, from the play calls to all of it. I mean, taking our time before the snap in the huddle. Good runs from Jaden King. Like I said, Casey Myers was able to execute well, but, unfortunately wasn't able to finish with a touchdown. Field goal's good, but hopefully able to capitalize next time around.
Yeah, and so far tonight, Daniel's kicked every kickoff into the back of the end zone, so we'll see if he's able to get another one back there. Enterprise has not been able to return a single kick.
Auburn's got a little history of kickers that played here. Towns Magoo up the road at Auburn.
Yeah.
Stellar kicker for the Tigers. Continuing that on Saturdays now.
And you see Daniel kicks that one to the back of the end zone yet again. So another touchback. So Tigers defense going to trot back out there. And James, what did you like from the Tigers defense in that first half?
Everything, man. I mean, they were so aggressive. I mean, all over the ball all the time. I mean, Greg Williams, big linebacker. Big hits from all around, really able to pressure this Enterprise Wildcats team. This O-line really just doesn't have anything to do with this defensive line pressure. Sophomore quarterback in there, maybe a little rattled, but hoping to keep the pressure on Enterprise Wildcats in the second half.
Yeah, you can see Mac Houston now coming back into the game. Houston going to roll out. Going to throw this one, find a man open there. He's going to be brought down by Cortez Cooks.
Yeah, that's what you want to see from a young quarterback, Letting him roll out right, get a good little reception, just let him cook, just let him roll and get in the groove, as a sophomore quarterback, just get a feel for the game,
Yeah. And now Houston gonna hand this one off here to Reese, and Reese gonna find a few yards up the side over there. But yeah, I mean, Reese in the first half got that only touchdown for the Wildcats, but so far been pretty good.
Yeah, they're giving this ball to Reese on the little outside handoff, able just to make something out of nothing. Tigers swarming, but great pickup from Reese there.
So now the Wildcats faced with a 3rd and short here.
The Wildcats 1 and 5 on the night on 3rd downs. Not the greatest percentage. Hoping to execute on this one.
See Reese in the backfield again. Houston gonna hand this one off, but looks like a stoppage of play here. Gonna be a false start, so gonna put Enterprise back a few yards, about a 3rd and 6. So another penalty just kills Enterprise drive.
I mean, just really just shoot themselves in the foot once again. I mean, 3rd and 1 turns into a longer 3rd down, 3rd and 6. So not what you want to see from Wildcats.
Yeah, Reese in the backfield again. And Houston's going to draw back to throw this one. Feels the pressure, and it is going to be, looks like caught by Cook there. Didn't know if he got the feet in bounds, but he looks like the ref signaling it is a catch. So Cook comes down with a huge catch.
Wow, Houston just settling in the pocket. Gamson was able to bring the pressure, still delivers a strike to big Braden Cook. First down, Wildcats.
And you saw there, Graham Forfather with the great coverage. Houston drops back here. He's going to throw this one deep. It is incomplete. Looks like a flag comes in late, so it's going to be a pass interference penalty. Looks like that's going to move the ball way up there for the Wildcats. So Enterprise getting a little bit of momentum here late in this 3rd quarter.
Yeah, Houston really settling in. Delivering some good balls.
And Houston's going to throw a little screen pass here out to the outside. Kilo.
Man,
huge
Greg Williams
hit.
back there again.
And like last week, 14 tackles and 1 interception last week for Greg Williams.
Yeah, watch number 3 here. Coming off the edge, reads the play well. Next man missed, but Greg Williams there. Big stop.
Now, Wildcats going to be faced with a 2nd and 9. Just past midfield. Using a fake the handoff here. Going to roll out. Going to try to throw to a man deep here. And it is incomplete. Intended pass to Cook.
Yeah, that's that play action we usually see at Enterprise. I haven't really run it that much, but Houston rolling out right. Just kind of airmailed Braden Cook. But 3rd and 9 here for the Wildcats.
I can see Hunter Brown coming in now. Actually, one of tonight's captains. So the Wildcats faced with a 3rd and long here just beyond midfield. Looks like Houston's going to throw this one. Actually, stoppage of play. Going to be a false start penalty. Yeah, it looked like the whole offensive line moves before the ball was even snapped. So they're going to move Enterprise back to a 3rd and 14 here. So a 3rd and even longer. And you can see right here, yeah.
And if you're Enterprise, you're frustrated because you feel like sometimes you're moving the ball really well and then a false start just kind of ruins your drive. Now they're stuck here with a 3rd and 14.
There's Bouchard with the movement there at the edge. And Houston's going to drop back. Feels the pressure, misses. And Houston is brought down.
Eli Scott coming off the edge. See 27 here. Eli Scott just going hunting for the quarterback. Great move. Pursues the quarterback and brings him down, forcing the Wildcats to punt the football away.
Yeah, this is not the first time we've seen the Wildcats punting unit out there tonight. 4th and 12 here. I believe this is the 5th time for the Wildcats tonight that they've had to punt this one away.
You've got to think, losing Mason Burkhardt early in this game really just has to be just devastating for this team. You know, he's the heart of this team, leader of this team. They responded well with the touchdown here, but we'll see about the rest of the game.
And Reef calls fair catch there as the Auburn offense is going to trot back out here on the field, but we're going to take a quick live look in here to Hoover and Hewitt-Trussville. Hoover currently up here in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, Hoover, you know, the history of just all their players going D1. They just got some dogs over there at Hoover.
And here comes the Tigers offense back on the field now. Like we mentioned, the offensive line tonight's done an excellent job of making some holes, and I'd like to see a little more of that here on this drive.
Yeah, you know, against a really talented, experienced Enterprise front. Done a really good job holding up against them.
Yeah, King gonna find that hole there and gain a few yards. Still going, actually. Looks like the ref gonna blow the whistle. 1 to 2 yards on the carry. And it's 2nd and 7.
Again, we see just Keith Etheridge of the Auburn Tigers just slowing the pace of play down, taking their time.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we've seen a lot of college teams do that as of late, trying to get just the clock going down. Now it's going to be man in motion, going up the middle.
Gavin Whiteside with the big tackle on Askew.
Yeah, Askew went out to that right side and was able to cut up field and get a few yards. Just short of the first down, though. I believe it's going to be a 3rd and 2. You see the Tigers here just patiently waiting as the clock just continues to tick down towards the end of the 3rd quarter. Looks like going to at least have time for one more play here, though. Welch in motion. And hand it off to King, and King just gets nowhere. Brought down by the Wildcats.
Yeah, Walker Turner, the linebacker, getting in there quick. Big tackle for the senior.
Now it looks like Tigers just going to let this one go to the end of the 3rd quarter. But, folks, Tigers up 23-7 at the end of the 3rd quarter. Don't go away, because when you come back, 4th quarter's getting ready to start. And we are back, folks, as Joseph Daniel boots that one away. Looks like just going to take a few bounces the Tigers' way towards almost the 20-yard line there. Looks like about the 22, 23-yard line.
Yeah, great kick from Joe. Way to get him back.
Looks like the Tigers' defense going to trot back out here again. And, James, as we mentioned, the Tigers' defense been stellar tonight. And, honestly, if you had a player you wanted to pick out that's been just, like, amazing tonight, what player would that be?
Man, Greg Williams, the leader. I mean, we say it every game, but every game he just shows out. You know, the North Alabama commit, you know, just everywhere it seems like. Always wrapping up tackles all over the field, just the leader. Really love what I'm seeing out of Greg Williams.
Yeah, and honestly, don't forget either B.J. McGee, the Alabama Player of the Week against Opelika last week, got that interception, and he's been really stellar tonight as well. And Houston in the backfield again, man in motion. Looks like a double reverse pass or something like that. Some trickeration there by the Wildcats.
Yeah, tried a little misdirection. Cortez Cooks got back there in a hurry, read it well. Great tackle from the Auburn defense.
Yeah, Cates Blackman, the second time we've heard his name tonight, ran for about 3 yards there on that carry. And Enterprise, you know, taking their sweet time here in the fourth quarter, but doesn't really have that much time left as they're down a few scores here. Gonna hand it off here. Going to the outside, gonna pick up a few yards there and get the first down.
Caleb Knowles there.
Yeah, Caleb Knowles with the
showing
run.
the explosive speed, you know, just darting past defenders. A little short of first down. That's up a third and manageable.
No, it actually looks like they're going to move the chains there. Gave him the first down. I believe I saw it looked like he got the first down, so I was wondering why they put it at third and short. As you obviously saw, he fully extended across that plane and got the first down. Fumble with the snap. Houston's just going to go down on his own there.
And that's about the second or third time we've seen that. Trouble with the snap. Alex Gamston with the great heads-up play, getting on the quarterback, and another just miscue from Enterprise.
Yeah, we've seen a few fumbled snaps tonight, and it's not even really that slick or anything outside, so I guess just like you said, some miscues, and Enterprise going to try to hurry up here. You can see Reese in the backfield there. Auburn showing blitz, and looks like Reese going to run to the outside, but he is brought down. See a Tigers defenders there.
Again, Greg Williams, the captain. I mean, it just seems like he's everywhere tonight. I mean, another tackle for a loss.
Yeah, you saw Elijah Scott got in there too. Elijah Scott's been talk as well tonight on that defensive line. This defensive line for the Tigers has been insane.
Yeah, really showed up tonight.
It's third and long here for the Tigers, or for the Wildcats. Wildcats going to drop back here. There's Houston up the middle. Going to throw it to a wide open man, and Alex Gamston brings him down.
Yeah, Mac Houston had a ton of the time in the pocket. Great job by the offensive line, let him settle in there and deliver a strike to Will Fott.
Yeah,
wide open receiver.
Will Fott, we've heard his name a few times tonight, and he's been insane for the Wildcats. Looks like there's a flag on the play here, so see what the refs signal. It's like Brennan Barber coming in the game now for the Tigers. Now Auburn's staying put now, but very interested to see where this penalty goes. Looks like it's going to go all the way back, so penalty is on the Wildcats.
Yeah, it looks like Coach Ben Blackman isn't too happy with the officials right now.
Holding on the offense.
I mean, you just hate to see it from the Enterprise Wildcats team. Gets the positive yards and then just take it back by miscues.
Yeah, so now Wildcats going to be faced with a third and long again. So really picked up a lot of momentum there with Fought's catch, but good efficient pass by Houston, but looks like the Wildcats just gonna have to work something out here to get back and moving those chains again. And maybe a 3rd and 17 here. Looks like Coach Blackman bringing his players over there. Still arguing about the penalty flag. And Ben Blackman knows how to play against Auburn Tigers. Was an Opelika assistant from 2001 to 2006 and went 6-1 during his tenure as the assistant coach with Opelika.
He's 4-3 with the Wildcats in the playoffs so far. 1-2 against Auburn. Was looking to turn that around tonight, but the way things are going right now, it doesn't look like it. Blackman's still very angry over this call.
Yeah, I don't really know what the call was there, but obviously some frustration here boiling late in this game. The Wildcats, things haven't gone their way, but looks like Coach Etheridge even arguing too.
Yeah, just a miscommunication.
Yeah, a lot of talking back and forth between both head coaches and the officials. Just kind of waiting for a signal here. You see Coach Etheridge.
Going at each other's sideline.
Yeah. I wonder if it's something to do with the chains here. Yeah, because you saw the dude holding the chain there was moving up a little bit. A lot of miscommunication, like you said, so far in this early in this fourth quarter. Yeah, still a lot of talking back and forth between both sidelines. And, we saw at the end of the half, it looked like Ben Blackman and Coach Keith Etheridge were jawing at each other a little bit. Live looking now to Hewitt, Trustful, and Hoover. You see Hoover leading that game at the end of the third quarter.
Be a close one down the stretch.
It looks like it had something to do with spot of the ball, or might have just been both sidelines arguing with each other. I don't know. A lot of confusion. You see Ben Blackman still obviously visibly frustrated with the official's decision. This is causing a big delay. We haven't seen, the game's been going smooth, and you see already both of the coaches just getting, I don't know what's really happening right now.
You had a good rhythm going. Looks like they don't really know where they want to spot the ball.
Yeah. See, now possibly a decision has been made. And yes, it has. So we're finally ready to play some football after that long delay. Reese moves as a receiver now. Houston going to drop back to throw this one. Almost a man wide open there, but incomplete, just way out in front of him. And looks like a flag there, and looks like it could be a penalty on the Tigers. Cates Blackman, you saw him right there say that pulled the jersey. And it looks like it will be a flag against the Tigers.
Yeah, it's been pretty sloppy these past couple minutes. Can't really get any plays in without some laundry on the field.
So now that does move the Wildcats into a little bit better position now. on 3rd and 7. So Wildcats still in a tough position here. Got to get the first down. Reese moves as a receiver now. Houston going to drop back here. He's going to find a man wide open. It's going to be caught by Kilo.
Man, great throw by Houston. Settled into the pocket. Didn't take his eye off the ball. There, Kilo brought in. First down, Wildcats.
Yeah, I feel like starting the second half, you've seen Houston be able to set his feet a little bit more and find his open receivers. And obviously, it's tough for a sophomore quarterback to come in an environment like Duck Sanford Stadium and be able to play efficiently with the crowd all behind the Tigers.
Yeah, he's settling in nicely though.
Houston drops back again, feels the pressure from the Tigers, going to throw this one deep downfield, and it's incomplete. Good coverage there by Cortez Cooks, but a late flag comes in. Looked like pretty good coverage there, but looks like Cortez Cooks gonna be charged with the penalty.
Yeah, you didn't want to see that flag thrown. Just let him play.
Yeah, it didn't look like, you see here on the replay, didn't look like any touching there. Yeah, just great defense there by Cortez Cooks.
Yeah, you know, it's a physical sport. Little handsy. I think he could have gotten away with it though.
So Wildcats moving up again, so gonna get them into Auburn territory now. Looks like at about the 38-yard line here of the Tigers. First time all in the second half that the Wildcats have been able to get in Auburn territory. And Houston gonna hand this one off. Go right at the middle, gonna make a move. It's gonna be brought down by Graham Forthoffer.
Yeah, Caleb Knowles just making people miss. Darting up the gap. Great move by the Enterprise running back.
Yeah, Knowles and Reese tonight have just done really well running the ball for Enterprise.
Yeah, really two dynamic running backs, just really quick. It's really just two big weapons on this offense. Enterprise looking to hurry this game up a little bit. Got to score quick.
So Houston gonna looks like fake the snap there.
Play clock winding down. Might have to take a timeout.
Just gets it off in time. Gonna hand this one off to Knowles. And he's brought down.
Nowhere to go. Gamston and Aiden Parker were all over it. Colin King bust through the hole. Gamston and Aiden Parker wrapped up Knowles. Great play by the Auburn defense once again.
And now the Wildcats, just let this clock tick here, and that's really not a good decision since considering they don't have much time to try to get back in this game.
Coach Blackman, I think he's trying to dial up some deep balls, being down multiple scores. Playing at their tempo late in this fourth quarter.
Oh, fumble. And Houston is going to pick that one up at just right at the 50-yard line almost.
Roshan Sellers has been having a hard time getting the football there, just way over his head. Houston having to sit on it, and right when Enterprise is getting in the groove.
Just moves them all the way back, so it'll be a 3rd and 31 here.
I can imagine Coach Ben Blackman isn't too happy with the Enterprise offense.
So 3rd and really long here for the Wildcats. As Coach Blackman's going to have to draw something up here to get the Wildcats back in the red zone.
I'm bringing the pressure here. Here comes Cam Creighton.
Houston's going to find a man wide open there. It's going to be caught, brought down by a bunch of Tigers defenders. And that's going to be Blackman again, Cates Blackman for the catch. And now Coach Blackman's got a decision to make. Will he go for it, or is he going to trot the field goal unit out there to try a long one?
Pressure just delivered a great ball. Still a little short of the first down, but I think in this territory you got to go for it if you're Enterprise.
Yeah. Going to be interesting to see if they can get the 4th and 19 here.
Yeah, Braden Cook's their go-to guy. Top of your screen.
Play clock winding down. Houston's going to be able to throw this one to the outside and just finds Blackman, but not really sure what was drawn up there. That was just a check down route, basically.
Yeah, man. Cortez Cooks playing a little zone. Reads the quarterback, and big hit. Enterprise receiver stalls the drive. Any hope of life for Enterprise is quickly shut down, and this Auburn Tigers offense hopes to take this, the third win here.
Yeah, it looks like Crossland going to come in the game now here for the Tigers, as Kason Myers looks like he's just going to sit for the rest of the night, as he's had a wonderful night, tonight. Just outstanding performance from Kason Myers, and great to see Crossland, the other junior quarterback, come in and get some playing time here. Welch in motion. Land going to hand it off to King. King going to find a little bit of a hole up the middle and get a few yards there, but yeah.
Yeah, talking about Kason Myers, one of my keys to the game was really just not first couple of games, no turnovers tonight for the Tigers. Been really great to see, and obviously the scoreboard shows it.
And now 2nd and 7 for the Tigers. They're just going to let this clock, if you're Coach Etheridge, you're just going to continue to let this clock wind down as it just keeps ticking, and you're getting later in the fourth quarter now.
Yeah, Auburn really has controlled this second half.
Yeah, it all starts with that drive to start the second half. Now Land going to hand this one off to King. King going to run up the middle there. Get a few yards. And that's what you want, just keep the clock ticking. Jaden King gets a few yards up the middle. But yeah, like I said, that all started with that second half start with Auburn just running the ball all the way down the field and just continuing to tick time off the clock and be able to get a field goal out of that and put them up 4 scores now.
Yeah, exactly what they needed coming out of half. Perfect drive by the Auburn Tigers. I would pick up a first down here.
Yeah, 3rd and 4 for the Tigers.
Haven't really seen Crossland throw it much. Excited to see this.
And Land going to drop back. He's going to throw this one. And it is almost caught by Joshua Askew, just a little out of his reach.
And he had Askew on that go ball. A little pressure in his face. It's a good ball, just a little too much under it. Like what I saw at Crossland, though.
Yeah, it looks like Auburn going to trot out the special teams unit here to punt this one away. And Crossland going to stay out there. Maybe just a block or something. Yeah, it looks like he's just going to be in there to block. Daniel's going to get to boot this one away here. Had a great punt last week against the Bulldogs. And going to be able to call a fair catch there for the Wildcats. With 3:43 here in the fourth quarter. So now we're going to see this Wildcats offense trot back out on the field, maybe for the last time tonight, as, Mac Houston having to replace Burkhart, as Burkhart suffered an injury in the first quarter. And so far, Mac Houston's looked, solid for a sophomore quarterback.
Yeah, Mac Houston, really they've just been leaning on their run game. The penalties have really stalled their drives. But here, Null's taken off again, showing that athleticism.
Yeah. And this Wildcats team, like you said, penalties have definitely been a killer for the Wildcats here tonight, and it's just really a shame that they've been able to, not move the ball as much.
Yeah. Still really a slow pace of play, I guess.
Yeah, I think at this point, Enterprise just trying to score maybe one last time. And in motion. And Houston going to throw this one. Going to find a man wide open. Still going down the field. And that's Blackman. He's just still going. And he's finally brought down by Graham Forthroffer there.
Man, what an effort by Blackman there. Great throw from Houston. Settles him to the pocket. It was a ball on a rope. Blackman able to shed off a couple tackles.
And Cortez Cooks brings him down.
Yeah, great play by the Enterprise Wildcats. Showing some life here late.
The Wildcats moved it all the way up to the 30, and Houston going to draw back to throw this one. Going to find a man, and that's Cooks, and Cooks makes a man miss, and that's another huge tackle there.
Yeah, Eli Scott with a big hit.
And 2nd and 6 now for the Wildcats.
Yeah, you'd like to see them get the ball to Cook and Killo more. They're big-time playmakers. Get the ball in their hands, see what they can do.
And draw back here is Houston. Houston's going to throw this one deep, and it is almost caught there. That was just out of the, just through his hands there, and that's Will Fott.
And that was a great ball. I really thought it should have been caught. They put it on a dime for Will Fott. That just threw his fingers there, man. That could have been 6 for Enterprise late.
It's going to be a 3rd and 6 here for the Wildcats in Tigers territory at the 30-yard line. And Houston going to draw back here. He's going to throw deep, and it's going to be caught.
Blackman again.
Yeah,
Great
Blackman,
catch.
just some great catches so far tonight for Blackman. Really stepping up big here late in this 4th quarter.
Man, Houston has really impressed me the second half. This drive, I mean, he's really been really efficient, putting balls on ropes, and see if they can finish off this drive well.
Houston going to draw back, going to step up in the pocket, make a few men miss, but he is brought down by Greg Williams.
Williams again calling his number all night.
Number 3, Greg Williams on the tackle.
Looks like Houston's hobbling off here. And Blackman seems to be injured. Taking his helmet off.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a quick timeout here with 1:53 in this game, and you see a live look in now to Hewitt Trustful and Hoover. Hewitt Trustful actually up now with 8 minutes to go in the 4th quarter.
Culver's, Barnell Mechanical, Auburn Collision Center, Swanson Stuyvesant Center.
You see now Dothan and Central 56-21.
We thank you for your support of Auburn High School.
And then Russell County up 56-16 to Percy Julian. And then Moody up 48-0 against the Saints. And Vestavia Hills up 35-18. So some pretty good play tonight in 7A. Been pretty good so far.
Yeah, I like what I see from Vestavia Hills. You know, the Rebels showing some heart.
Yeah. And like you said, surprise team of the year so far.
Cinderella story.
The Wildcats now faced with a 2nd and 16 here. Very, very long. Houston going to drop back here. He's going to throw this one, and it's going to just be out of the reach of Blackman. Blackman wants the flag, but great coverage there from the Tigers.
Yeah, Logan Sirico in coverage. Great job defending the bigger receiver, Blackman. This Enterprise team has been a great drive. Hoping to finish it off.
And so far tonight, the Tigers defense has just done an excellent job of creating. Houston going to drop back here, 3rd and 16. He's going to step up, and he's just going to run this one to the outside, and he is not going to get anywhere. He is brought down by Aiden Parker.
And there's a big hold, and this one's coming back again.
Well, really, at this point, if you're Coach Blackman, do you decline the penalty, or are you just going to continue to try to fight to see if you might be able to do something?
Looks like they might have waved it off.
That's me up. Looks like just still waiting on the ref signal here. The call here from the official. I'm still just waiting. That's gonna be a holding, like you said.
Looked like they were holding 27 Eli Scott.
So official's gonna move this one all the way back here. So it's gonna be a 3rd and really long now for the Enterprise Wildcats. Back to where they originally were earlier. But yeah, now it's gonna be a 3rd and really long here for.
Yeah, Reese, kind of feels like it's been that story all game tonight. You know, big play, and then Enterprise gets a penalty, pushes them back, loses all the momentum.
Yeah, 1:42 to go here in this 4th quarter. 3rd and 24 for the Wildcats, and it's another fumble on the snap, and Houston going to try to corral this one. He just bobbles it, and it is picked up by Aiden Parker. And Aiden Parker gets the fumble recovery here late in this game. He's finally brought down, but huge turnover forced there by the Tigers, and Mac Houston just had trouble with that snap and couldn't corral it there at the end.
Yeah, man, once again, this is the third time trouble with the snap. Houston couldn't get on top of it. Aiden Parker, big heads-up play, picks it up. Auburn's got the ball again, looking to kneel it out. Get a big region win against the Enterprise Wildcats.
So you see Cross Lane going to trot back out there again. Last drive, you know, the Tigers didn't really do much, just forced to a 3-and-out. So, you know, obviously here we're just going to kneel it out, and Tigers should get a good win here.
Yeah, pick up the first down. This one should be over.
Tigers just beyond midfield, and King going to run this one up the middle, finds a hole, gets a few yards there, about 5. Clock's just going to continue to tick. You know, this Wildcats team coming in here after a tough loss to Dothan last week, 69-28. We were really expecting a lot more from the offense, but penalties, man, just like really killed Enterprise's drives today.
Yeah, that and the loss of Burkhardt, you know.
Yeah.
The heart and soul of their team. Him going out early really just deflated this whole team, I think. And yes, the penalties also. I mean, kind of a struggle for the Enterprise Wildcats tonight.
I mean, you can see the clock. They're just about to expire, so about to be a delay game. Cross lane able to snap it, and he's going to take it himself up the middle. He's just going to slide down to get that first down, and that should do it. Tigers should be able to just, you know, let that clock run. Yeah, you can see obviously the clock's way ahead of the play clock. So yeah, the Tigers just gonna pull their offense off the field, and that should do it for the game, as the Tigers are gonna take this one 23-7 in a great region win for Auburn. And James, you know, we'll talk about it later on the post game. But yeah, Auburn just very efficient tonight on the offensive side of things, and the defense as well just really stood out.
Yeah, Reese, you hit it on the head. I mean, going 2-0 in the region, big win. Offense played great. Defense hit on all cylinders. Really loved what I saw from the Auburn Tigers. Just a big, complete win.
Yeah, but don't go away, folks, because when you come back, we will be recapping tonight's game on AHS Postgame. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to AHS Postgame. James, Auburn comes up with a huge win, 23-7. And James, what did you like from the Tigers' offense in that game?
Yeah, Reese, I really loved Casey Myers and Jaden King. Those are the two players that really stood out to me. From Jaden King in the passing game and the running game, finding the right holes, explosive touchdowns. Casey Myers on the run game and the pass game, the long touchdown pass to Joshua Askew. Tigers hit on all cylinders tonight on offense. Really loved what I saw.
Yeah, I know a lot of questions coming in this game. Were the Tigers going to be able to, do really good against the Enterprise defense who struggled last week, and the Tigers did great, going 6 for 13 on third downs today, and just really good game by the Tigers on offense. Tigers on defense, how did you like that?
Yeah, man. I mean, we were so aggressive. We were hunting the football, everywhere. Greg Williams is all over the place. Carnell Jackson got back there a ton. Eli Scott with a big sack. I really loved what I saw of the defense, keeping the momentum from the weeks prior. Hope to keep that rolling through these region games coming up.
Yeah, and don't forget also Aiden Parker with that late fumble recovery too, to basically, seal it where Enterprise wasn't able to score anymore. But yeah, Auburn gets the big win, 23-7. But that's going to do it for AHS Postgame, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your night.